All right, welcome one and all. Insert coin to the new 2025 edition of RazörFist Arcade Live. And what better way to begin the year? Sorry, I'm all washed out. That'll change once we start playing the game. We're going to be playing a little bit more Legacy of Kain, Soul Reaver, Remastered. I am your intrepid host, RazörFist, and I'm joined by my man, Taryn Gell, who put that fine new intro together along with that fine transition. Hello, sir, everyone.
Welcome to RazörFist Arcade. How's everyone? Hope you all had a good new year.
Yes, yes, yes. And, let me see the restream chat. Hello, everyone. There's your chats. And we have alerts now. And I think we've got everything that we need. So this is, of course, going to be the second part of our playthrough. If you missed the first part, guess what? It's on our
Have
new...
you seen a little girl around here? Short, black hair, 7 years old?
It's not in Silent Hill. It's on our new VOD channel, RazörFist Arcade. So go check that out, youtube.com/@RazörFistArcade, one word.
Spans.
Yes, great spans. We are going to tear into some serious great spans here tonight. And I believe we left off with the boss that shoots the eggs at you. Please let me know.
That's Terra.
Taryn, if we can see and hear the game.
Righto, righto.
Saber, now these are the guys who made the game. I honestly, actually, hold on. I'm going to check out what the bonus content is. What is this?
I'm glad you all liked the new intro.
Yeah.
FYI, I now know how to use an AI upscaler.
Oh, yes?
Because none of that exists in 4K. I had to upscale that myself.
All right, let's see here. Fan art. Look at all that. They put fan art in here, guys.
Yep, I can see the game. Everything looks good.
Ooh, some cool fan art, might I add. Dude, that's boss right there. Aspect ratio kind of messes it up. Dude. Hi, Elric. Oh, this is boss. I haven't looked at any of this bonus content yet. Or renders. Dude, the in-game renders for this game were so cool. I remember that being in every video game magazine, right? Do you remember that?
Yeah.
Love that photo. And that's from the first game. Just great art design on this in general. Great art design. What happened to Crystal Dynamics' ability to design things is my question. Go look at new Lara Croft and...
Kissing goblins.
Yes, that is kind of a goblin. All right, sweet concept art. I'm actually kind of curious about the... Oh, I've seen some of this before, actually.
Oh?
Yeah, I've seen a little bit of this concept art before. Dude.
I don't step on toes. I step on necks.
And one of the reasons you guys should play this and get it and whatever is... It's clear what's happening now. The only reason this was made, the only reason the Tomb Raider remasters, which, by the way, we just got word, we're going to be getting a second part of that. We're going to be getting Tomb Raiders 4, 5, and 6 remastered, which is that's good indicia that the first one worked. But, of course, they're testing the waters. Embracer bought these IPs. They bought these studios, and they want to know what they need to do with them, right? And, obviously, if these remasters sell, and it appears that they are... We are getting new entries in this series. So if you want a new Legacy of Kain, in other words, if you're a heterosexual, then I highly recommend you check this out. Oh, this is awesome.
Asymmetric.
That was very Warhammer 40K right there. Look at that. Look at that. That's super 40K.
Yeah.
Super 40K.
I love sword design.
All right.
That's
the nerdiest thing you've ever said.
If you've ever played Blood Omen 1.
I think many moons ago, like when I was a small kid, I think a little bit, but I don't remember much of it. It was very influential though, I remember. Oh my gosh, these are...
China is asshole.
Now, when you loaded
This
that...
is a lost level that I'm playing right now.
Oh.
It appears there's no remastered version of it. This is just in the original graphics. Oh, I love this. I think the Tomb Raider remaster had this too. And we may have even played a little bit of one of those Lost Tomb Raider levels on a stream, if I remember correctly. Which we need to get back to those Tomb Raider remasters, because those were awesome. We were pretty far into Tomb Raider 1.
We've got a lot of games to get to.
But this right here, like, I played a little bit of Tomb Raider as a kid, and as a teenager, I played a lot of bit of Legacy of Kain Soul Reaver. Did not play 2, though, which is the big reason why I'm excited for this particular... Ooh. Why I'm excited for this particular remaster is that I'm finally going to get to play Soul Reaver 2 for the first time, really. All right, let's go back to Launcher, and let's bring up Soul Reaver 1, guys.
Now, when you load up the game, try to remember, like, where are you? What area are you in?
Okay. Well, I can talk to, Tony J here.
North of the Seraphan tomb, your brother Rahab has secluded
we need to go fight Rahab.
ruins of a half-drowned
The Drowned Abbey.
Ah, 72.
You have made me
I've got the guide, guys.
Next, I'll make you a dead one.
Next, I'll make you a dead one. So, Taryn,
Hey.
you don't have a huge amount of history with the series. How do you feel about how they remastered the graphics?
I think it looks great.
Yeah.
I mean, I love the way...
I love the OG design, too. Like, I love this. There is something to this that this, as good as it is, lacks just slightly. This kind of angular... I don't know. I described it in the first stream as almost a Tim Burton look.
Yeah. And I like that, too, but I like the remaster as well.
Yeah, they did a good job on the remaster, for sure.
But no, everything I've seen of these remastered games looks spectacular. If you're a fan of the series, there's no reason not to own this. I mean, other than money. That's all.
Other than money. And in 2025, that is no small matter.
So, I've got the Drowned Abbey here.
Okay. Do you know what the symbol is on the warp gate?
It's Swirkle.
Swirkle? What?
It's a swirl.
It's a swirl? Okay, let's look. It's a swirl. There are no swirls. Oh! In 2 gates?
No, it's just a swirl.
Just a swirl.
That's what it shows.
Are you drunk?
This is Soul Reaver, yeah.
I think Taryn's been hitting the sauce, y'all.
Oh, are they? Oh, no. These are all different.
Yeah. Every warp gate has a different symbol. I'm just wondering which one I have to jump to.
No, they're not. What? Why do all the pictures have swirls on them? Okay,
because that's kind of the thing. That's your life meter.
Oh, for the love of God.
Yeah, that's your life meter in the game.
Leap off the edge. No, that's... Which...
Ah, whatever. I'll just go to the last one.
Shift to the material plane, peer over the edge, and spot the boat that will take you. Oh, you're supposed to use a boat.
Supposed to use a boat? I don't remember this.
Stem the steps to the water and follow the corridor. Big chain ahead.
Oh, I do remember boats in the water. I do remember boats in the... Gosh, it's been a long time, y'all.
Leads to a boat that you'll need to get to the next level.
Huh. Okay, well... This was kind of where I was last time, I think.
Taryn hitting the Zima again. God, I wish.
He is hitting the Zima.
I'll set that
You know, the
aside.
best I have is I have a little communion wine, if you want.
Let me get to your super chats. I know there's a lot of you.
Okay, let's shift to the material plane, because I'm a material girl.
The Gunslinger.
All right.
Vince McMahon, but he's trying he's trying to convince Trump to tell the feds to drop the charges.
What? Hold on a sec. Oh, there we go. Ah, there we go. Excellent. It's okay. It's what?
Vince McMahon trying to convince Trump to drop to get the feds to drop the charges.
Let's see here. What promo would that fit with, right? Trump, I'm gonna inject a poison. Listen, Trump. You better not go there. You don't wanna go there. Remember that promo when, was it Undertaker when he abducted Stephanie?
Yeah.
Where to, Stephanie?
Oop, oop, hold on. Oh. The Undertaker's got my firmly! Yes! Oh, that's always fun, dude. Into the fire! Okay, what do we have here? Can I... So why is this the one door I can't open with my freaking Jedi laser sword, huh? What is the deal with that?
Gunslinger again, thoughts on SmackDown going 3 hours and the ridiculous ticket prices.
Oh, but there's so much so much demand, bro. There's so much demand. Dude, the WWE copesters right now, they're gonna have a really sobering year. Because what you're gonna have is Raw goes on Netflix, it's gonna pop a number probably initially, and then it's gonna fall off because WWE's not good. Right? Nobody watches it now.
What does turn you on?
It's like, why would people bother watching it later? Just a lot of WWE illusions are gonna come crashing down this year, I have a feeling. Because, you know, WWE's jumped to a bunch of different networks. Oh, there we go. I could just look here. Where's my... Drowned Abbey? Oh, I haven't found it yet.
Yeah, it's one of those old things where you have to physically go there before the gate can connect.
I like that, though.
Yeah. No, I do too.
I like that.
prefer
I
it.
think I'm gonna go... Maybe I'll go back to the underworld and talk to Tony J real quick and pay closer attention to what he told me there. But I mean, WWE has changed networks a bunch of times, and every time they've lost viewership. Every single time. There has literally never been an exception to this. They keep signing these huge lucrative contracts, and they never deliver. You know what? I think I came from this direction, actually. Yeah, I did. Yeah. All right, let's find that. If and I can. Yeah, it was like right around here somewhere. Was it up here? Ah, well. I'll just explore around. That's what these games are for. You get lost. Wow, I wasn't lost for very long. That's kind of lame. There we go. Underworld.
Razor, you have to change it to Shiva fucking speed. Never.
What?
Because of the Indian stuff, Shiva.
Oh, right! By the way, we got, there's a new rant, in case you didn't see it. I know how YouTube subscriptions work, guys. Especially when you talk about controversial issues like immigration. I finally weighed in on the H-1B video. I wanted to give it about a week.
Oh. Asim is helping here. Where the warp gate spat you out, there was a monument pillar with a gate behind it.
Hold on. I have like 3 things talking to me at once. What's up?
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt Tony J.
Right? How
Asim
dare
says,
you?
Where the warp gate spat you out, there was a monument pillar with a gate behind it. Phase through the gate.
Oh, really? See, I was avoiding facing through that gate because it looked like somewhere I shouldn't be. But okay.
Raven House Mystery.
I'll run over there.
Happy New Year, Razor and Terran.
Yo!
Judge Merchant is an absolute tool.
125 murders in 5 years.
Work in progress.
Work in progress. What about Judge Merchant?
He's an absolute tool.
He sure is. All right, so. Pillar, you say? Ceremonial pillar. And that was right over here, I believe. And you can only phase through it when you're in the spirit realm, I believe. I think you get to upgrade that later, or maybe that's one of the later games I'm thinking of. I know you eventually get the ability to phase into the other world without needing a gate. Hell yes.
I know you weren't
See,
really,
I can lunge like a Dark Souls boss.
I know you weren't really a PS2 guy, but did you ever play or like the Onimusha games?
They're gonna play them. Phase through. Well, shoot. Okay, I must be thinking of a different gate. Okay, let's go back.
He says behind you. Of course, you gotta keep in mind, Ace.
Yeah, it's like
15
freaking
seconds.
5-minute delay.
Yeah.
Behind me.
So wherever you
This
were,
gate? That one? Of course, I don't know that I could phase through that
behind you, behind the pillar, he says.
one. This one, I suppose. I thought I already did phase through this. Yeah, see, I've got a weapon sitting here. Gulp, 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 gulp! We welcome backseat gaming on RazörFist Arcade, except when you people lie, because you do lie sometimes.
Don't trust China. China is asshole.
Yo! Get your suspiciously firm buttocks back here.
Soap maker.
What, you got a thigh master? What's been going on? Apparently in the underworld, lots of time to work the glutes. Lots of time. There was a gate back here.
Soap maker. Razor, are you a fan of the Alan Quatermain novels at all?
Never really read them. Watched the canon film, though, of Quatermain and the, what was it, Quatermain and the Chest of Gold or something like that.
Yeah.
Hey.
I think I saw that a long time ago on TV. Actual TV, like when I was a kid.
Right. So not HBO.
No.
Because, Taryn, it's not TV. It's HBO.
Oh.
I agree. This is what they tell me.
And he,
Okay, so... Rehab! I think that's the new transportation secretary under...
And he says thank you for the new channel, by the way.
Yes, sir.
For those of you who don't
So...
know.
Am I dropping down here? I believe if you transition into the other world, you'll drop down into the floor. Is that what we're doing here?
Hold on.
I thought I did that before on the previous playthrough, and it didn't really yield results, but I could have done something wrong.
When you're down the drain, if you're in spectral form, investigate the bridge on the right hand. Cross the center bridge.
YOLO!
Vampire. Quarters, next gate. Spectral plane. You can still pass through gates. Room where a number of broken pillars projected from a pool of water. Leap and glide to the pillar on the left. Turn right and glide to the...
Huh?
Oh, sorry. That's when you're already in the drowned abbey.
Does a body good. Okay, and then I blasted that. Was there something over here that I needed? I think this just takes you back up. Alright, gotta be able to open the door, so let's go into the real world. Be on a bad reality show.
the one that started it all.
Oh, God. Was it really, though? Wasn't there something before that, even?
Cost Lego Man says, thanks for the stream. Well, thank you for being here.
Larry Sanders. No. Okay, see. I remember climbing up this mess. Look how great these... And these controls are really unretouched. Like, this is always how this worked. Okay, now this will just bring you back out into that courtyard, which I don't want to do. Alright, sweet. Bam. Alright. It's always fun. It's cool with these games because they just drop you. And you sort of have to just figure it out. Which gives you ample opportunity to explore.
That's how you get out. Go back down.
Alright.
Galaxy Commander, Dudadan, Son of the West. Clan invasion starts. Rosselhag. I knew it. I'm surrounded by assholes.
Well, it takes one to know one, Space Swedes.
A poor horse abused by Jank. Thank you for the 2. Mercenary X. Okay, I got a second notification, but no stream.
Right.
Well, you better refresh, 'cause you're on one now.
You better start believing in streams, boy. You're on one. I think I should have said boyo there, honestly. What's your favorite stupid, made-uppy UK slang that makes no sense?
Isn't it?
In it? In it?
Tuesday.
Tuesday. Welcome to my YouTube channel. Oi! Alright, let's see here.
What the fuck is a lorry?
A lorry? Hugh Laurie.
Ah. Is Asim still here?
It's a good, right? Okay, so the pillars and the platform in the middle of it. You found that.
The
Yeah,
pillars,
this is-
the
this is-
platform, and the wardrobe.
Yep. This would be it. So what are we doing?
Oh,
Speaking of pert buttocks, look at that.
Stop
Nothing at
looking
all.
at the vampire's
Nothing
ass.
at all. Nothing at all.
Okay, this is when you're in the drown.
Yeah.
No, I don't know where you are specifically. So
In the middle of it, you were telling me about a room with 4 pillars around it, and you're in a platform.
a
right?
gated passage lies only a little farther ahead on the right. Pass through, walk down in the water, explore the passage, blah blah blah. If you fall down off the boat in a drowned abbey area. Okay, so not yet. Let me go back further. This is not specific, dude.
Why would a guidebook be specific? You know better than that.
Well, it's a Prima guidebook.
Oh, give me them delicious souls. Deep fried, slow roasted souls, boy.
Do you have Force Projectile yet?
I do.
Alright. Use Force Projectile to blast the block in the cage back against the wall. You must be in material form. It takes about 3 shots to move it into place. Have you found a cage with a block in it?
Boo? A cage with a block in it. No, I have not. What's my first-person mode? There is a first-person mode.
I'll go back further.
What's my first-person mode? Yo, first-person mode. I know there's a... Ah! Thank you! Whoop! Bam! Okay, so what can we do with this block, I wonder? Just jump up on it and maybe get up on the pillar? It doesn't appear
Can you
so.
get on the other side of it?
What I'm wondering is... maybe in the other world, the pillar comes down? I don't know. I'll try it.
Autism!
Yeah. It is pretty autistic, I ain't gonna lie.
Can you push it from that side?
Ah! Okay, that's a little closer. What's up?
Can you push it from that side? and push it away? Or is it like locked into place?
No, you can push it. You just have to be in the material world. All right, there we go. Gulp, 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 gulp.
Did you push
Again,
that?
I always recommend, if you guys like Legacy of Kain Soul Reaver and the kind of otherworld mechanics, checking out the game called Venetica. It's basically just Legacy of Kain Soul Reaver with kind of a Fable RPG attached and a female protagonist. Really good game. All right. Okay, so we're gonna... Can I... So this cannot be pushed any further because of the lip there.
Yeah, at some point you have to push a block off a column and glide across to it.
I don't know what that means.
Yeah, I don't think you're there yet.
So maybe when this drops down... Oh, it actually went up! Well, that's the opposite of what I wanted. Okay. Whatever I have to do has to do with that block, I know. Okay.
Have you been in a canyon yet?
Oh my gosh.
Honestly, maybe you
Have you
should be
tried
reading this.
turning it off and on again? Okay, what I mean, look, there's a ramp here. Maybe I could push it down. I'm not sure if that's even allowed. I wouldn't be able to, really, because there's water here. What about down here? What's down here? That may give me an idea.
You fought the... Have you fought the Tomb Guardian?
Yes.
Oh, okay, so we're past
I
that.
killed him.
Okay.
What? Did you just block my laser sword? You freaking blocked my lightsaber. What was that nonsense? Alright, cool.
Alright, after defeat... I'm just trying to find a...
I'd remind you, this is the game I finished and remember playing. Can you imagine how bad Soul Reaver 2 is going to be?
Awful.
Oh man, I'm going to be stuck so off. This is the game I'm supposed to know what I'm doing.
After you defeat the Tomb Guardian, get the block, fire force projectile at the stone block to move it back.
Yeah, I got in there.
You did that. Kill vampire in the room, standing in front of the ledge. You dropped in. Turn left, go down the corridor, shift to the spectral plane.
Rocket launcher.
Hey!
Get the rocket launcher. And
Get the rocket launcher.
walk into the water-filled passage ahead. Walk forward to across the underwater room, up the ramp, and to the other side.
And that's where I am. And then
Continue across the water-filled passage. Use the portal at the top of the next ramp to return to the material plane.
Yeah.
Walk up the short flight of steps to the left. At the top of the steps, spot the spikes set into walls. Use them against the vampires lurking here. Glide all the way across the water to the platform, and from there to the ledge on the other side. Use your climbing ability to scale the wall. Turn around at the top of the ledge and look at the columns. Only one will take you where you need to go. Glide to the tall column on the left. Is that...
Okay, so there's stairs. What I'm hearing here is there are stairs that will take me up, and I'm not seeing them. Okay. So what's this block doing here? What's the point of the block, huh? Yeah, that really didn't help. That really didn't help. Okay, let's look around real quick. I might have missed something. Yeah, so there's some kind of stairs.
Let's party!
But you can climb the wall. There was a climbable wall. Gray texture.
Oh, you know what? It did have a weird texture. I jumped at it, but I didn't attach immediately. Maybe that was just a collision glitch. Let's go. Let's try it again. I did see that weird texture.
It needs yellow paint.
It does need yellow paint.
Are you an advocate now for yellow paint?
Yes. This RazörFist Arcade stream brought to you by Alyssa Mercante. Alright.
You don't even know who I am.
Don't know who I am. Alright, here we go. So it's gotta be that. Yeah. We gotta be able to...
Yep, there you go.
There we are. Well, that would have been nice to know.
Reversely, is it still feasible to make Mexico pay for the wall?
Yes. Alright, here we go. And they don't even have to agree to it. You can do it through tariffs. You can do it through a lot of different things. Here we go.
Galaxy Commander Dunadan, Son of the West. This stream hasn't even started and already Terran is skipping... Oh, damn it, I lost it. Anyway.
Darn.
Dustin the Grim. Evening Gent's been getting back into Command and Conquer and StarCraft lately.
We got there.
What are your thoughts on those games? Godspeed.
Command and Conquer and StarCraft. Love StarCraft. Never... I played a little bit of the first couple Command and Conquer games, but I never was as into Command and Conquer as I was into StarCraft and Warcraft. Normal Warcraft, by the way, not World of Warcraft. Well, hello. Well, hello. Okay. Well, let me see what's down this passage first. Oh! It's an orc. Yeah, put the ugh in ugly. What's this? What is this? I vaguely remember this. I feel like I'm saying this every 2 seconds. Because, I mean, that's kind of where I'm at.
I have no memory of this.
Yeah, the air doesn't smell so foul down here.
Matthew Hammond. Sean Ryan show had on Rhett Chief Warrant, Officer Sam Shoemate, who received Vegas Tesla bomber Matthew Livelsberger's manifesto.
Yeah.
He might be alive.
He might be alive? What?
I'm not sure what he means. Overkill.
Hey guys, I'm really a righty from Right Town. Please ignore this terrorism that I'm committing. Like, that is becoming a freaking genre at this point. What do we do here? I think I just screwed up. I did screw up. Dang it!
Dig up, stupid.
Yeah.
Overkill. Short attention span.
It's true. Ooh, Reddit, down the hatch, down the hatch. Up. The airplane goes.
Intrinsic dark. What would it take for the CCP to fall? Do you think the people would ever rise up? And if they did, could they even successfully take them down? There's about 2 billion of them, so I think maybe they got a chance.
Don't trust China. China is asshole.
What an incredible timing. Godspeed whoever said that. Would you... The same thing would end the CCP as ended every other communist party. The presence of a viable political alternative. That's why we're in the period of history that we are with communist China. Xi Jinping represents a kind of authoritarian crackdown on political alternatives because there were starting to be sort of subgroups within the CCP that were working a little bit against Xi Jinping and things. And so Xi Jinping really represents an attempt to kind of return to a reascendant authoritarianism and basically clamp down on the rising presence of political alternatives. So
Dee Dee over on Rumble. Hail, Chief Flipping Bird and Tegel.
How?
Hope saw a short video stating Lincoln told of a time he was kicked in the head by a horse.
Yeah.
Which may have caused his melancholy episodes.
Sure.
Are you aware of that?
Sure. We'll say that. It's not because his dad abandoned him and his sibling for freaking years. And he almost died and they almost starved to death and... Like, Lincoln, after he was president, refused. He basically disowned his father. Because his father was kind of a dick a little bit, but his father reached out after he was a senator and president and whatever, and he just ghosted his dad the whole time, which, like, that kind of tells you who Abraham Lincoln was, really. You know, for all of his Bible thumping and, oh, that's the good Lord, who in private letters I say I don't believe in, the good Lord deigned that the North must win this sacred conflict that I engineered. Go figure, a lawyer who lies. Alright, there we go.
And Frost Lord says, Happy New Year, Razor. Got
no.
any big plans for 2025?
Yes! Alright, here we go.
Okay.
Those are what are those? What am I looking at? What is this? I'm being shot by whatever it is. Can I, like, what the heck? What did I just do?
You force punched them.
I just, like, shot a Hadouken at him. Can I, would that fire light him on fire?
I imagine so.
I'm gonna die. You know what I may try doing? Not dying. Ow. Yeah, I remember this room. Dude, there's nothing to, like, burn them on or impale them on, or like, you basically just need your Soul Reaver or your boned. Yep, doesn't work. I figured. Okay, I'm just gonna go to the other world then. Okay. Did this just glitch? I think it just glitched.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, I can't go back. Yo! Yo!
Can't pick anything, or?
I can't pick anything, and I can't go back.
Damn.
I had just saved, so... Alright. That was nice. I hadn't encountered a glitch in this, to that
Uses
point.
spirit cooking to make soul food.
Yes! Legacy of Kain Soul Cooker. Here, have some deep-fried collard greens and mac and cheese.
Dustin the Graham. Interesting that Raziel's voice actor also voiced Drew Pickles in Rugrats and Crackerjack and Darkwing Duck.
Yes.
Yeah, I remember him being Crackerjack.
Do you?
Yeah. Maybe that's what inspired
What?
Lo Ping to make the AI voices. Matthew Hammond, also on the Sean Bryan Show interview, they stated that Matthew Levelsberg, or whatever, revealed war crimes in a 2019 operation that was covered up by the CIA and DoD.
We'll see. There's a lot of he said, she said stuff right now, and I don't really believe a whole lot of it. We're definitely still in fog of war land right now. One thing that does seem to be slipping by everybody's notice in all this fog of war is the fact that Tesla quietly acknowledged they can record you in your car. That's nice. I did mention in both my Elon Musk buys Twitter videos Hey, this guy's really about the surveillance state. He's kind of a massive piece of crap. He wants, like, microchips in people and Neuralink and... It's wild to me that, like, Alex Jones is all on board with Elon Musk. It's like, dude, didn't you, like... Didn't you devote, like, 20 unremitting years to warning about, like, microchips in people and... something like Neuralink, and now you're all about Elon frickin' Musk? But I don't... This is why they don't invite me on InfoWars, even though a lot of the InfoWars people follow me. It's because I would probably... I'd be... Like, question 1, if they let me on with Alex Jones, I'd be like, so, Alex, when are the Chinese and Russians invading? Like you reported they were on the evening of Y2K and never retracted it. Like, I would... Everybody who goes on Alex Jones' show is like, yeah, I love Alex Jones memes. I'm blah, 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 blah. All these guys who are supposed to be freaking independent thinkers. Nick Fuentes gets on there. He beats his chest about, I don't trust Alex Jones. He goes on there. He immediately starts filleting him. He doesn't say one thing about all the lies Alex Jones has told over the years. You know what I mean? They're all so excited for the signal boost. They say nothing. All right.
Shlomo Begelstein.
This is the...
So, no Irish unification of 2024.
Nope.
If there's one thing you count on the Celts for, it's fighting themselves more than their actual enemies.
Like the Free Worlds League, really. All right. Hoya.
Alabaster Scarf, thank you for the 20. And so begins a new year of unhinged political takes, unsolicited anecdotal updates, and an increasingly worrying parasocial relationship on the Mercenary X show. Oh, and Razor and Terran may talk too, at some point.
Yeah, don't proofread chats, Terran.
Brandon Whitley.
Let our super chatters talk crap about each other, bro. Like, that's really, really classy.
Now the proud owner of a 2-inch Heritage Roscoe 38 Special. Time to hit the streets in a trench coat. Also, Humphreys or Cagney?
Humphrey? Oh, Humphrey Bogart or Cagney?
Yeah.
Cagney was a commie, so I'm going Humphrey Bogart. Bogart literally wrote a article in Photoplay magazine called, and I quote, "I'm no commie." Alright, what do we got here? I don't think you can... Yeah, you can't... Okay, so if I'm gonna waste these guys, I'm gonna have to do it, like, immediately. Alright! Alright, everyone, hold on to your butts. Got one! What are you? It's a... You know what it looks like? What's the Daedra from Morrowind? With the big ears and the...
Yeah, like the... I think they're just called imps or something?
Are they imps? No, they're not imps. Imps are the green ones that are flying around. But what is it, guys? It's a really common one, and I'm just blanking on the name of it. Okay, here we go. Can we...
Scamps.
Scamps, thank you! Oh, okay.
Primarch Vulcan, favorite Sodom album artwork. I'm partial to Agent Orange.
Oh, yeah.
Since it was taken straight from the famous Vietnam picture of that C-47 gunship.
Yeah. Oh, man, that's tough, because there's some cool ones. I like, God, Better Off Dead. Man, Let me take a real quick look, actually, at some of the Sodom discography. Let's see it real quick. Actually, you know what? I may even have... Yeah, oh man, I keep forgetting Code Red has amazing artwork. Dude with a chainsaw arm and a freaking, like, nightstick with spikes on it and bullet belts wrapped around him. He's tearing into someone's carotid. Dude, that's pretty good. Tapping the Vein is all right. I like M16. I like Code Red. Actually, hold on. Let me remind myself what M16 looks like. I seem to remember it looking really good. Yeah, M16 is pretty boss. Dude, they're all good. They're all good. What was the one from, like, the self-titled one from 2006? What was the actual album art? Because I have the one that's just black. Oh, that one was pretty cool. Yeah, I'd probably go, like, Agent Orange, maybe M16, maybe Code Red. Like, it'd be one of those.
Lampshade didn't keep up with the NJ drone story. What the fuck happened?
They just quietly went away. Isn't it funny how that works? Alright, there's gotta be a way. Oh, hello. Well, that's interesting. I can shoot through the... Through the bars!
Yep. That's what the guide said you were supposed to do.
Okay. Hey. I do it. Whoa! He looks like a Zelda character. Like a Zelda enemy.
MC Corleone. The gayest excuse I've heard to not listen to more metal, courtesy of my brother-in-law. You can't really dance to metal, unlike Latin music.
Well, you can if you want to break your legs. Alright, there we go. Alright, I think we are getting where we need to go. Oops. Wrong one? Yeah. Aw. Is that where I need to go? Well, let's look around. Aha, the boats! The boats! We did get at least this far on our Twitch streams, I remember. Well, we got farther than I realized. Dude, look at that art design, though.
Yeah.
Dude, this game...
That's terrible.
This series deserves to still exist. And how about a new game starring Kane? Oh, no. No, 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 no. No, no. Man the harpoons! Oh, man. I'm gonna have to go down into the water, aren't I? You know, I might actually have to... wow, he won't even grab onto the edge there.
Sorry, viewer noticed. I will get into it.
Can I get on that? And that lantern. Huh? Oh, no! Balls. I lost my harpoon.
Viewer newest.
Okay.
The one hundo.
Hey! Godspeed and thank you. That must have been the rocket launcher.
Yeah.
Alright, let's get
What do you mean a politician reversed their review on an issue regarding immigration and certain people are pissed? I'm shocked. Shocked, I tell you. Well, not that shocked.
Well, not that shot.
Ave Cicero and Godspeed.
Yeah. Just keep... Look, guys. Criticize Trump for it. The thing about Trump is he's in a good pivot point, right? Because he's held both positions. And not only that, but if he reverses his position, he has a prior political record that demonstrates he'll actually do something about it. At the end of his last administration, he severely restricted. He put a pause on H-1B visas. So it is incumbent on us, no pun intended, to prevail upon him to reverse course. And we can do that without swearing him off or giving Devin Stacks retarded ass a signal boost. Like, we can actually do that. All right, here we go. Okay, so there's got to be a warp gate in here. It is cut rate tile work. Probably done by somebody on an H-1B visa, really.
There it is.
You know that's a Japanese character right there?
Oh?
Yeah, it's Sa. Sa. It just needs a tiny little line at the top there. Through the top, more accurately.
Lampshade, Happy New Year to you, Sheriff Fist and Deputy Gale.
Howdy!
Apparently, Anthem's 40th anniversary as well.
Yeah.
Gonna do a video on Crimson and Jet Black.
I really need to. Yeah, I've been thinking of like some of those Metal Mythos video, like the update reviews, the reviews of new albums that have come out since. And that one would be at the very top of the list, along with like the newer Striper records and some of the Accept stuff. Oh, I think I can stab this door. Can I stab this door? Oh no, maybe I shoot this door. No? Hold on. Hold on. No. Let's try. Yeah! See, I kind of know what I'm doing. Kind of. When I'm not wandering around clueless. Dude, look at this.
Against the vampire menace. This abbey has been drowned by the deluge spilling from this wounded land.
Why are you so quiet, Tony J?
Brother Rahab and his brood, devastated even by the feeble rays of Nosgoth's sun, overcame their vulnerability to water and retreated from the surface.
Vampires that overcame their...
And glide in the darkness.
Oh, I love this area. I forgot about how cool this area is. Water temple time. Worst water temple in a game, Terran. Go.
I mean, there's only the one that comes to mind.
The really only one?
I mean, Ocarina of Time.
Yeah.
But...
Dude, there's...
underwater level that really sucks. Oh! I mean, how far back do you want to go? The Ninja Turtles.
Oh,
and
boy!
NES.
Original Ninja Turtles NES game?
Yeah, with the coral, the electrified coral.
Yeah, dude, that one right there was probably my first brush with, oh my god, video games are hard, right?
Yeah.
And you had to figure it out. What in the world are you? I forgot about them. Yeah, I didn't realize when they said overcame the vulnerability to water, they meant turn into a freaking bipedal cobra.
And people might bring up Hydro City and fucking Sonic, and I'm like, come on, that wasn't that bad.
I've drowned many a time on those stages. Alright, let's see here. Ooh. What about Poison Pond in Donkey Kong Country?
God, I wish I could remember.
The green one, right? The green underwater level where there's just buzzsaw blades all over the place, and they're like 10 times faster than the other ones on the other water levels. And dude!
Sweeping Hamster says Chemical Plant Zone. I would say no, because every single person is literally talking about one part of Chemical Plant Zone.
What's
and
that?
It's the one with the blocks that just go around in a circle, and you have to gradually jump your way up.
Can't climb up the, What are those called, Terran?
What?
Do you know architecture enough to know what those are?
Those, what are we looking at?
Hold on. Those things. Those pillars.
Oh, fuck. They're on French cathedrals.
They're called flying buttresses.
Buttress. Yes.
Yeah, flying buttresses. It is here. Yeah, quite. Alright, there we go. You know, this game's pretty easy when you, don't lose Soul Reaver. Oh. Can I? Did my game just freeze? My game just froze, I think. It crashed! It crashed! Okay, guys. We'll be alright. We'll be okay. Don't panic. Keep away from the railing. I'm gonna start it again. Alright. Let's try that again.
And I saw exactly one person complain that the volume was too low.
Alright.
What say you? What say you, mods? First mods, Asim.
Okay. Well, the volume was too low on Tony J's voice on that one segment. Like, it just was. Let's try. Yeah, it crashed out. Alright. I got the game. Alright, there we go. Alright, back to the future. Let's do this. Quick, what is that a reference to? Not Back to the Future.
But the back. No.
Farscape!
Farscape.
It's the name of an episode.
Oh.
I love how that show just shamelessly referenced other sci-fi properties in its episode titles. Okay, now did it remember that we found the new area? Yes, it did.
Volume was fine, but the narration was quiet.
Yeah, the narration on that part, I think that was just a glitch
Okay.
or something. I want to play with the OG graphics just for a little bit. Of course, these aren't the OG graphics. It's still running at a higher resolution. If that's right. I'm not physical.
Was the secret of the main menu screen mentioned last stream?
There we go. It was not. What is that? I remember there being something with the main menu in Soul Reaver. Let's open it. Now we streamed this originally on a PS2 emulator.
Emperor Creatine. The last flight-capable F-14 Tomcats are held in bondage and soul-grinding servitude to the elder god Iran.
Yep.
Are you a bad enough dude to infiltrate Iran and rescue the Tomcats?
Right? How is that not the new Top Gun movie? I mean, I guess it kind of is. That kind of happened in the new Top Gun a little bit, but not really. That was a good movie, by the way, if you haven't watched it. Okay. Alright. There we go. There we go. Ah! Yeah, the art update. Oh, man. Oh, whoa! See, sorry, guys.
You left-wing leaning parasite. You expect me to sit here and listen to your drivel?
I'm going to agree.
I was distracted by Raziel's flying buttresses.
I'm going to agree with a couple of people in chat after listening to it now. It is a tad loud.
It's loud now?
Yeah.
Okay. Then we just
go back.
We just turn it down.
I think it's primarily the music. That should be fine. Let's leave it there. Cyan says, Happy New Year. What's your most underrated game?
Oh, I don't have. Most underrated game. Man, there's a lot of them. I mean, my favorite game series, Thief, is underrated today. It wasn't back in the day, but Today, if you talk about stealth games, everyone wants to talk about Splinter Cell and Metal Gear Solid, and they couldn't lace Thief's shoes in terms of the depth of stealth simulation and everything. And also the story and art design and everything else. So, I mean, that would be up there. I would throw, in terms of, like, JRPGs, Breath of Fire is definitely up there for me. For traditional JRPGs, the Mana series, which I need to play the new one. Or the remaster thing. Alright, let's see here. I always thought Rocket Knight was underrated back in the day. They had a new one, and it really isn't bad. I have it on Series X. What about you, Taryn?
Underrated.
Chrysalis?
Chrysalis is up there. Not enough people play or talk about Parasite Eve.
Oh, yes, dude. So underrated. We did a full retrospective of the Parasite Eve series, by the way, if you want to go check that out. I sound... Ah! What was that? I sound like Lara Croft's butler. Alright, here we go. Hey, what? What gives? You're supposed to stand there and let me kill you.
Javon.
I'm Jake Paul. You're an aging boxer. There we go. Oh. Well, that didn't help.
Reagan should have absolutely nuked Iran after they released the hostages. Better Persia be a smoking crater than a caliphate.
The before and after photos of Iran under their so-called puppet ruler, which, by the way, had historical precedent, in case you're not aware. It wasn't like America just imposed this idea of a Shah on them. This actually had a historic precedent. Just as calling it Iran had historic precedent, right? People will call it Persia, but Persia is actually more recent than Iran. Iran is their ancient name. But Iran still, culturally, is very, very, very westernized. You have to understand, this is an extremely westernized population held in thrall by a Muslim dictatorship. And it's like a three-prong, right? You have kind of the three prongs of government. You have the president and the government. You have the military, right? Basically a military dictatorship, which is functionally what it is. And then, of course, you have the caliphate. And they all have designs and machinations against one another, which is one of the reasons Iran is still not liberated, because it's like, even if you got rid of one of those prongs, two of the others would take their place. Alright. Whoa! Wow, that was quick. Woo! Ooh, I got the soul Reaver! I got a fever. And the only prescription is reaving soul.
The Proton Spinner, thank you for the 20. Noticed Elon gloating about his Cybertruck versus fireworks. Anyone going to tell him stainless steel is useless as armor, but fantastic as shrapnel? Lucky the soldier didn't bring a demolition grenade.
Let's see here. I'd still rather be in a pre-1990 automobile when a grenade goes off than a fiberglass piece of crap.
Humble Dirt Merchant, do you prefer Three Stooges or Abbott and Costello?
Ooh, that's tough, man. I'm gonna ask Taryn that first.
Personally, Abbott and Costello.
Really? I might go Stooges. You guys don't even know, I was obsessed with the Three Stooges as a kid, man. I got the Mo haircut as a little kid. I went to the barber with my dad and was like, give me the Mo. And I had a Mo haircut as a kid. And not for a short period of time either. And then after I had the Mo, I got the Shemp. I didn't care, man. I was getting, dude, I never got the curly though. I never got to shave my head. All right. I think once I start a banal podcast on YouTube, wait a minute. I'm behind schedule on that. Taryn, pull that up.
Tucker O'Donnell.
What? He landed on the platform. What? You prick.
Oh, he canceled out your blast.
He did. Dude. What? Oh, no. I forgot.
Is he a fish man?
He's a fish man. He was supposed to go on the spikes, not the water. He's going to jump right back out, isn't he? Or he's going to just disappear. Okay, whatever. Thanks. Good talk.
Tucker O'Donnell. Greetings, gents. Lovely evening for a kick-ass game.
Isn't it, though?
Shame I had to eat crow supporting Elon, but hey, I like the guy for rockets, not his cars or his immigration policy.
Yeah, I mean, look, he's not in charge of immigration. This is one thing I wish I said in my rant. I mean, it's implied, but he's not in charge of immigration. Tom Homan is. If Tom Homan was saying stuff like this, we'd have a problem. But Elon Musk isn't gonna have a single thing to do with our immigration policy. Trump's saying it, though. He needs to be corrected. Because that's not something we voted for. It's not something he ran on, and it's not something his first administration did, policy-wise. They did the opposite, in fact. So, we do need to criticize him for it. We do need to make clear that he needs to reverse course. And the thing is, Trump's not an ideologue. In fact,
What does turn you on?
Godspeed, Bronson. I was just on with Sebastian Gorka, and, you know, to Sebastian Gorka's credit, he's now in the Trump administration. We were talking about this, and I was like, he's not an ideologue, he can change. He agreed. He agreed. So just make your voice heard. Don't be a cringe lord. Don't be one of these wignat knobs. Like, make your point. But make your point within the context that you want America to prosper, because this is an America First policy. I don't like how big and open this area is. Ooh. There we go. Gulp, gulp, gulp.
Though if he's willing to combine the latter with, I like the guy for rockets, not his cars or his immigration policy. Though if he's willing to combine the latter with the rockets.
I'm still kind of surprised with Elon's obsession with cyberpunk and being a car manufacturer. How has he not gotten on flying cars yet? They exist, by the way, guys. Flying cars have existed in kind of a prototype form for decades, and they're functional. They're perfectly functional. It's just they kind of look like planes. And they do have VTOL, and they do fly forward, and they're totally functional, but they're kind of prohibitively expensive, and regulations make them impractical, and all of that stuff. I've always been surprised. It seems like something that Elon would have been on. Somebody get in his ear. It's time for flying cars. We are in 2025. Is there a more futuristic sounding year than 2025? Come on. Let's get those flying cars going, man.
Mercenary X, my New Year's was trying to avoid drunks after sunset, to just trying to deliver, and 3 trying to go home. All of them speeding at 90 on incoming traffic.
Well, you do live in California.
Metalhead Martyr, love you and your work. Do you think Trump withdrawal Do you think Trump would thrall, or at least readjusts, his recent support for H-1B visas? Godspeed.
I think it is possible. I think it is. It doesn't sound like a hard-fought position. He previously had the opposite position, and he previously had the he previously implemented the opposite policy. So if there's anyone who's actually going to listen and be amenable to our complaints, it's going to be Trump. Just don't be a dick about it. Be vocal, be unbending, bang the drum, because you've got to. You've got to make your voice heard, but just don't be a dildo about it. You know, we're clearly in the middle of a bit of an op, right? It didn't start as an op, but it became one. Leftists, the moment Bernie chimes in, right? You know someone's running a game. You know, old eat the rich, 2 lakeside mansions Bernie. I don't think I can make it over there. And yet it seems like an area I should be able to jump over to. I'm gonna regret this. Actually, no. Whoa! I nearly regretted that. I wonder if I can get up on that roof. Whoa! Yes!
HT Arcade, why does Bernie sound more based than Trump now? What is he referring to?
Because he's running an op. Bernie's full of crap. He doesn't give a crap about H-1B visas. He endorsed open borders Hillary and open borders Biden. He never uttered one mumbling word about wanting to restrict H-1B visas or any other form of immigration. He's trying to score political points because he's damaged his brand so irrevocably. It's kind of his only play. That's not going to make it. I don't... until Bernie opened his yap, I suspected it was turning into an op. The moment Bernie opened his mouth, I was like, oh, okay, gotcha. And then Tulsi chiming in, who I still don't fully trust. We need a full pause on immigration for a while. That's the simple fact of the matter. We need that. Can't jump up there because there's no platform leading up to it. Okay, so I'm just gonna have to climb back up.
Hello, Stefan. Could you adjust the music to be just a tad lower?
Now?
Yeah, because the music swelled there, and it swells at points, and it drowns you out. It's just the music.
Okay. All right.
From Grego with Love, what are your thoughts on the 60s band The Doors?
I like some of the stuff that they did, but I'm not like a huge Jim Morrison fan. That platform turns into a spike? Really? All right. Takes all kinds, I guess.
Postman's Lounge.
And you can almost see how you could jump up from over here, but I bet I would fall short if I did.
Are there any decent physical media releases of Record of Lodos War?
Yes! Taryn got me one for Christmas.
Yep, I got Blu-ray, and you can find that on Blu-ray. I believe, was it Discotech that released it or remastered it? But yeah, you can just buy
Discotech?
Yeah, that's the people who produced, you know, the remasters. But you can just find the Blu-ray. I'm sure it's like on Amazon or something.
Yeah. Yeah, it's readily available, and it's not only Record of Lodos War OVA, you know, the one that we all know. It's the TV show as well, which is not as good. Chronicles of the Heroic Knight. I think there was a recent attempt to do something Record of Lodoss War. I've seen some modernized anime-looking stuff of Record of Lodoss War, but it didn't look good. Maybe from there? That is, I mean, that's a raised platform, I think. Let's try. Let's try. That won't quite reach. And there's an area up there, it's just taunting me.
Oh, Discotech didn't license that? Okay. They've just been doing a really great job on remastering stuff, I just assumed.
Yeah.
Lance Corporal
I mean,
Hawk.
because I think that's a Kadokawa thing.
Oh, maybe.
Aren't Sony talking about buying them? They're just gonna own anime?
Oh, right. I remember that. Lance Corporal Hawk, Metal Mythos, Aftershock but Striper win. I'd love to see you and Michael Sweet talk faith and metal.
That'd be awesome. Shoot, I'd love to... Dude, a number of Striper members follow me. Tim Gaines, a former Striper member, follows me. And, you know, maybe that's where I need to go. Maybe I'm just being stupid about this. Timothy Gaines, the former bassist, follows me. Oz Fox follows me. Oz Fox's wife follows me. Who, by the way, has an incredible ministry called, of all things, Hookers for Jesus. Don't let the name fool you, but it is a human trafficking missions outreach.
And he follows up with thoughts on street preacher Cliff Netchell?
I've never heard of them. Oh! Is this the... Okay. Are we going full water temple mode now, where we have to actually drain the water? I feel we may. Yeah.
D7 Origin, since you're playing a game about vampires, here's a dad joke.
Uh-huh.
What does an idea kill? When does an idea kill a vampire?
What?
When does an idea kill a vampire?
I don't know.
When it dawns on them.
No, come on! I thought it was gonna be a steak pun. I'm like, when they have a steak in the idea or something, but no.
Dawnbreaker, could we get a music mythos on ZZ Top?
I don't mind ZZ Top, but I never really got into them, so not really the guy to talk about it. I'm wondering what's down here. There's a lot of stuff I didn't explore. Sweet. Ah, he got away from me.
John Cannon, pets for Cicero and Taryn, please, Racer. Testicular tactics. Razor, you have to change it to... Oh, no, I read that. Mad Cavalier. Recently watched your video listing the top 10 games that define you. Is there a list of books that define you?
No, not really.
Number one, the Bible.
What?
Number one, the Bible.
Yeah, I have a number of videos recommending certain books, and I've even reviewed a few books. And written a few books. So, I mean, my inspirations and such for my own book series are pretty clear.
I thought Christmas only comes once a year.
Just make it. Just barely made it. Okay. Let's see if he'll pop out of the water at me. There he is! Thanks for showing up. Appreciate it. Die.
Bartimaeus.
All right, now look around here.
I distrust Vivek more than Tulsi Gabbard. I have a bit of respect for Gabbard. But Vivek is I'm absolutely convinced there's a rat.
Yeah, I don't know about Vivek. Vivek, I didn't know much about him before all of this stuff. Before he ran in the primaries, as I was always reiterating in my videos. And I think a lot of us were trying to sort out exactly what he stood for. He was suddenly big, like, Ayn Rand minarchist government guy. And that wasn't really in line with anything we had seen previously. There's a door back here. And there's a gate to phase through here. Okay, let's waste these goblins. Gulp, gulp.
Brian, as of today, I get to say that I'm debt-free.
Hey.
Paid off a $2,247 loan over the past year and a half. What are your favorite Western series?
Oh, series. Deadwood, Have Gun Will Travel, Tate, Hell on Wheels. And of course, Yellowstone! Right? I reckon if two boys want to adopt their wieners, that's about the most American thing I've ever heard. Ain't none the government's business. I love the Yellowstone meme. Whoa. Oh, jeez. Oh, no. I remember this part. I hate this. I hate it like poison. Ah! Okay, let's try this again.
I can't this. Just watched your
No!
I have a bad feeling about this.
Thanks, Garrett. I could have used that earlier.
Just watched your rant, Razor. Great stuff.
Thank you.
My only issue is they are Hindustani from Hindustan. I'm Indian, and they appropriated my culture. Angry powwow noises.
Well, hey Yahoah, hey Yahoah. Ring 'em up and smoke 'em peace pipe.
HT Arcade, any buyer's remorse with Trump given DeSantis's against the visas and immigration. DeSantis.
So was Trump, and unlike DeSantis, he actually did it in his previous administration, as I said earlier. This was not something that was baked in the souffle. This is a reversal of position that should be called out. And by the way, DeSantis has reversed himself on a ton of positions. A ton of positions. Crying out loud, he was a Paul Ryan guy. I mean, if reversing positions was disqualifying, DeSantis would be first to be disqualified. Always try and do this diagonally or you will plummet to your death. What did I just hear? Something just made noise. Oh, I see. It's a... What do we call it? Vampire shark?
The Grizzly. They're trying to sentence Trump on the 10th and the recent events. I think they'll make up an excuse so they won't transfer power to Trump.
They're gonna go kicking and screaming still. I don't think people fully appreciate, like... Dude, there are mainstream Democratic Twitter accounts that are like, okay, guys, here's how Kamala can still win. I'm not kidding. They really, really are. Woo-hoo. Ah, I recognize this area. This was the area I was trying to get to. Ooh, do I get to Oh, I'm gonna goth pose on the gargoyle. There we go. How about that? That is both grim and dark, and grim dark. All right. Makes me want to paint my fingernails black. Okay, now we can get on the roof. Alright. Now where's my fiddle? What's up here? It's just a spire. I appreciate a good spire. So it looks like that's where we came in. That's where we just got to, and this is the area that was verboten. We could not get over there. There we go. What is this? I think this is gonna drain the water, maybe? Oh no, it's just gonna ring a bell. You gonna sing some Donna Summer for us?
No.
No? What did that open?
A door somewhere.
A door.
Welcome to late 90s gaming.
Right? Proceed to door. So I'm already following instructions better than a DoorDash driver. It's in the name, people. You know what? We're called DoorDash, but I'm thinking I'll leave this food out in the middle of a porch. Just kinda out in the open with a giant sign saying, "Neighbors, steal me." Okay.
HTRK DeSantis turned Florida bright red, FYI. I think
Donald Trump put DeSantis in office. He was 5-6 points behind. You almost elected a closet homosexual with a heroin habit. And DeSantis was the guy who, without Trump's help, loses to him. All right, there we go. And a lot of that started with the election security measures championed by whom? Not DeSantis. DeSantis wound up being the guy in office when they took effect. That's why Florida went bright red. Is this a boss fight or something? What is this? Oh dear.
Rahab, you have adapted well to your environment, for one so maladjusted.
Do not mock me, Raziel.
I have an H-1B
You all
visa.
should respect the power bestowed by a limitation overcome. Things that you would come
What does turn you on?
to mind your blasphemous tongue.
What more did he tell you?
That you would destroy me.
I will indeed.
You sure this audio isn't too quiet?
Before
I don't know, man. Seems real quiet to me. I'm gonna pump it up just a hair.
tear
No,
your
I can
soul
hear it
from its
clearly.
wound.
Okay, okay. It might just be my speakers then. All right. We go.
Do you know what we were before Cain spawned us?
Why is Raziel doing the twist?
Sarafan Rahab.
All right.
Antithesis of all we ever believed.
We were lost. He saved us.
Saved us? From
You
what?
put your right foot in.
Selves.
I don't like this. I don't like this. What are we doing here?
Force push? I don't know.
Zap! Dead! Okay, this is gonna be rough. destroy this again?
Jurassic Templar, Happy New Year and happy birthday to JRR Token. By the way, Razor.
Who's JRR Tolkien?
Tolkien.
Ah! JRR Token, the black fantasy writer.
Do you have any advice on how to regain motivation to exercise and eat healthy?
Discipline, man. And I tell you what, if you're a Christian, an active prayer life helps with that. It filters. I was just talking to somebody about this earlier today. You know, an active and disciplined prayer life that happens 2-3 times a day, it filters down to everything. This is why I think fasting is a bigger deal than people give it credit. Fasting is the moment where you kind of say, okay, like, I'm addicted to food. Every human being is addicted to food. You have to have it every number of hours or you die. So it's kind of the moment where you lay down the line of demarcation. Okay, I need food, but I am foregoing it for this period of time because I get my mana from heaven. And really the long and short of that is you are declaring the primacy. Oh, man. This is going to be a hoot and a half. I didn't help my own cause by not moving the camera there. You basically assert your superior prerogative over the flesh in that moment. And once you can do that with anything. A workout routine, a better diet, all that. It's very, very helpful. Very helpful.
I'm going to quote Hans Gruber here.
Oh, yeah?
Shoot the glass.
Back plans? What? Hey! Now I have Hadoukens, so that helps. I didn't want to do that. Of course, I'm not really susceptible to sunlight, I don't think. I don't think.
Brother Cormac, besides the B-Wing, what other Star Wars ship do you like?
Y-Wing, A-Wing, I like the TIE Bomber. Why did he keep zigzagging in midair? Like, check out how sensitive he is when you jump. He moves a lot just when you tap the stick, which I could probably adjust and should. That's what's getting me here. So yeah, jump on these just fine. I was. Stop.
Let's see. Humble Dirt Merchant. I'm writing a history on the effects of feminism in German politics. I'm calling it Mein Krampf.
That's tacky. I love it. All right, there.
Swagnarok. Good night, Asa. Dutch Vanderlyn pitching the next 5 years of Kingdom Hearts and Final Fantasy games to Arthur at a Square Enix board meeting.
Jeez. That fireball got me. The next 5 years of Final Fantasy and Kingdom Hearts games?
Yeah.
Spiked hair, Arthur! Asymmetrical clothing! Improbably sized weaponry! We'll have him wield mangoes, Arthur!
Mein Krampf's a period piece.
Yes. Alright, there we go. Oh, there we go. Turn it into a Western. There will be blood.
Glade Runner. If Sarah Bryant is best girl, have you played Dead or Alive 5? She's a guest character.
I heard about that. Yeah, I did play it a little bit, I remember. but we never did review it. The power of Christ compels you! I am undone! Not nearly enough villains shout, I am undone when they die. Yeah. Jeez, the boss fight wasn't even hard, just jumping on the pillars was. That was probably by design, because, you know, the designers played it too and knew, like, oh man, jumping on these pillars is a nightmare.
Soul, you have overcome your former vulnerability to water's
Hello!
Immersion in water will no longer dissolve your physical body, enabling you to swim to areas.
Yes, unlike Lacey Peterson. Alright, so I can just... in the water! Hey, I can jump out of water like a porpoise. Sweet! I probably don't even need air on account of I'm dead.
You know what? Having watched that, I think that was relatively painless as a water temple. I don't think that was that bad.
No, it really wasn't that bad.
Commander CTC, greetings, lad.
Guess what? Save.
Happy New Year's, and glad we got the F,
Beyond the maelstrom of the
Maelstrom
the
of
F
the
off the what
British.
the F?
leads northward to the clan territory of your brother Duma. Endowed with Rahab's soul, you may swim to gain entry where your progress was previously impeded.
Oh, I know what I have to do here. Rahab. Okay. So we go back where we were and we find the maelstrom. We open this? Can we open this? Why is this closed? Open! This is where I came in, ya prick. Alright, fine. I didn't want to open your stinky door anyway.
By the way, have you heard of this game called Conscript? It's a top-down horror game that takes place in the Battle of Verdun.
No, I do not.
Tyrannus, Nosferatu slightly ruined by frequent ill-suited giggles from the crowd. After end, see a parade of teens no older than high school exiting. Oh, brother.
Yep. Parents of the Year. That is one thing that I get really tired of seeing, dude. You're in some, like, R-rated movie or something, and... oh, a small child. What was the thing we were watching? Horizon, dude. Remember that? Remember that?
I do.
Mom and Dad of the Year. I'm not going to say what race they were, but not white. Walking their kid up and down, their toddler up and down the aisle in the movie that has blood and boobs and...
Dylan, you son of a bitch. How would you rank Grant as president?
Terrible. He was corrupt. The people around him were corrupt. He was a statist. He was a retard. He was a drunk. He was a war criminal. Yeah, Grant was horrendous.
Rider of the Metal Horse. Evening, fellows. Razor, I know, being a Christian, you don't like heathens, but they can't all be bad, since I found one on Twitter earlier this week that said Metallica is the Nickelback of metal.
Okay. But there are lots of Christians who say that too, so who cares? Alright, let's see here. Heathen, good band, by the way. Very good band. Have their first record on vinyl.
BJ Chester, local bar, had a shadow pinball machine.
Yeah, that's a good pinball machine, by the way.
But got rid of it. Also snagged a shadow pulp reprint on eBay.
Monster combo!
Raiden.
I'm just gonna leave him alone.
Is the timeline of Legacy of Kain games easy to understand? I played Defiance as a little lad and enjoyed it.
Yeah, it's pretty easy to understand. The story's pretty easy to follow. Although, I haven't played 2, and I haven't played Defiance, so I probably shouldn't say that hard and fast. Because I don't know it to be true. But this game's story is easy to understand. It's just a revenge story, really. Alright. Just a moment, I'll be right back.
And thank you all again for joining us tonight. Let me see if I can just read some that aren't questions. Soapmaker says, the real Happy New Year's starts January 20th. Let's see. That is a question. That is a question. Magnum Norse, I didn't realize that Nosferatu was a Joe Biden biopic. 10 out of 10. Emperor Creatine. Deportations. Stop them, jail them, put them in a plane. With a nice side of cancelled H-1Bs and an anchor babies.
Alright. Say that like Samwise Gamgee.
I tried. Matthew Hammond, they said that...
I've been dropping no eaves, sir, honest. Alright.
They said Matthew Levisberger might be alive. How?
Who's they? Alright. I've returned, guys.
If we're talking about the Tesla guy, the Cybertruck guy, I heard that he shot himself and then sat in a car that was blowing up.
Which is pretty weird. And you have to remember, Cybertrucks are self-driving. So that's an odd one. Definitely an eyebrow raiser. Ooh, so now I can get down here without dying. Because I don't need to. It'd just be easier. I shall swoop across it. All right.
Generalissimo Liberty just says, greetings. Hey, how you doing?
Greetings and welcome.
The Copper Owl. What happens if they succeed on stopping Trump?
Succeed how? With the litigation? I mean, we've already established that him being prosecuted or even convicted wouldn't prevent him from being president. That's already been established by the Supreme Court. Don't you remember the Democrats melting down about it? So
yeah.
They're kind of boned. They can't really do much about it. Sad. Many such cases. Oh my gosh, I get to keep the poll? I get to keep the poll.
Horrorlock. Recently watched End of Days with Schwarzenegger. I guess they saw Devil's Advocate and decided to make it into an action movie.
I guess. What'd you think of that movie?
End of Days? I mean, I only saw it the once, and I was like...
Remember how they promoted that?
How?
By Arnold Schwarzenegger being on WWF SmackDown and punching Triple H in the face.
Oh.
Remember that? He was at the commentary table, like Arnold Schwarzenegger was there. I've got the new movie. It's End of Days. And Triple H walks over and he's like, I'm the game, boring 45-minute promo. And then Arnold Schwarzenegger just got up and decked him.
Sounds about right.
Yeah. Knocked him out. Okay.
Olympus Golden Light, thank you for the 5. Mercenary X, thank you for the 2. Lampshade.
Oh,
I already
hello.
read yours. Necroner. Do you think Bethesda changes their tune when Elder Scrolls 6 sells less than Starfield? That maybe they've killed off their core audience while chasing after the modern audience? I doubt they will.
Man, it's been such a long lesson in coming. I really don't. The moment for them to learn that their direction is wrong, it wasn't any of this SJW stuff, as much as a lot of us would like to think it is. It was when Kingdom Come Deliverance came out. And Kingdom Come Deliverance does everything Oblivion did, but better. And it's more hardcore. And it deepens what Oblivion did. It is a more hardcore gaming experience than Oblivion was. And Oblivion was one of the games where they really started to casualize things.
Do it.
And if they could see the success of Kingdom Come Deliverance and not have an epiphany moment, hey, we don't have to gimp our games, are they ever going to get it at that point? I don't know that they will. Shoot. I can't open this door. I cannot open the door. So I'm not really sure what I'm supposed to do here. I gotta get back, obviously. That's the chamber where I fought him. Ow! I mean, I could just cheese this. I could just save and then reload, and I'd wind up at the portal room, and I'd be right back where I went. I'm thinking that might be what I want to do, because I can't figure out how to get back to the portal room.
I never broke the law! I am the law!
Because they closed the door behind me for no reason.
Lampshade,
Like, what
another
is
news.
this, Thief 2014? When?
John Roberts once again proves the stench from the bench still exists, even as Trump is about to return to power. Best Way Killer. I've been rewatching the Jesus of Nazareth miniseries from the 70s.
Oh, yeah?
Seeing Ian McShane so young as Judas is wild. Robert Powell is definitely my favorite on-screen Jesus.
Really? I love, even though the greatest story ever told is kind of controversial, I really love Max von Sydow as Jesus in that movie.
Welcome to the party, pal!
Can I grab this, or?
Composite Frylock, DSP, and now I'm in Japanese hell because my ancestors are a disgrace to me. Not sure that's how that works, DSP.
I don't know what that means.
James says the bonus content has footage of Michael Bell and Tony J recording their lines together for the game.
Ooh, nice.
I don't recall the exact option to access it, though I saw another streamer watching it.
Oh, sweet. We'll have to locate that. Alright, I might cheese this. If I can't find the way back, I'm just gonna cheese this and go back to the portal room.
I Can't This says the worst water level was the sewers in Vampire the Masquerade Bloodline.
That's not a water level. But yes, that is terrible. I don't know what that is one of those levels that's so bad that you just sit there and wonder, what were the developers thinking? What happened here? What's the story here? Because it's something where it's not just bad like in a, oh, we wanted to do something and it didn't come off kind of way. It's like something went horribly wrong during development and we had to just slap this together at the 11th hour kind of. That's how it feels. Did you ever get to did you beat Vampire the Masquerade Bloodline?
No.
Did you ever get to the sewers?
No.
The Santa Monica sewers, I think it is. It's infamous. Absolutely infamous. Oh, man.
Primarch Vulcan. When it comes to water levels, Echo the Dolphin tops everything. That whole game is one massive water level.
But that game's cool.
Glacial
Why
Overlord.
do some people hate Echo the Dolphin?
I don't know. I love Tides of Time.
Dude, that game's great. It is weird. It's like a strange corner of the internet where... God. Like, dude, I've tried twice to blow that thing up, and it only works this time? Okay, whatever. I'll take it. I'll take it.
Jake Downey donates just to complain. I know. Sometimes super chats just get lost. I'm sorry. There's like 100 of them. If I can find them, I will try to read them.
Nice.
Glacial Overlord, worst water levels, Water Temples, Zelda, Ocarina of Time, Rusty Bucket Bay, Banjo-Kazooie,
Ooh.
Tidal Whales Stage, and Mega Man X5.
Ooh, wasn't there a water stage in Donkey Kong Country, or Donkey Kong 64?
I think.
That was kind of bad, too. Alright, there we go.
Mercenary X, because of CDPR, I worry for GOG. Who do you trust?
Yeah, it is. Look, I would rather have GOG owned by somebody who's not CD Projekt. They're talking about selling it, and I'm like, please do. Please do. I hate CD Projekt. I don't want to give them money. They're terrible. They're plagiarists. They're complicit in plagiarism. I'd rather not give them money. And they're liars, and they lied about what Cyberpunk 2077 was going to be, and then they bribed everyone to take the game back with a cheesy anime. Okay.
Oh, one water level I completely forgot about. What the fuck was his name? Mega Man 2.
Hold on.
Is tuned to the Soul Reaver's energy.
What?
Once baptized in his primordial flame, the blade may be imbued with fire at any future time.
Somebody was telling me about this. I totally forgot about this.
Fire Sword, got it.
Friggin' Fire Sword. I completely forgot about this. Okay, is there...
Yeah, Bubble Man. Mega
Makes me
Man
want
2.
to blast fire by ink.
What a shame.
Alright. Ooh, Bubble Man, dude.
The spikes on the walls.
Aw, I can't keep it in water, of course. So there's gotta be...
Fired up.
Okay, I guess you can just ignite it with fire now. I guess that's just how it works.
Lampshade, to be fair, real-life dolphins are kind of bastards.
They are. Didn't somebody, like... They claim, anyways, that they kind of decoded what the sort of clicking language is that dolphins use, and they're basically just insults? To each other, I mean.
I mean, it fits.
They're basically just busting each other's dolphin balls.
Nobody cares, says. Worst water levels. Conquers water segment.
Oh God, with the blade, with the freaking fan blades!
It's made worse because there's no depth, like, there's no way to tell.
I was telling, yeah, that when we were streaming it, that was just a total killer.
You kept dying over and over again,
and
yeah.
And there was no way of telling if you were clear of the blade or not. You just sort of had to time it as best you could and hope for the best.
SOS for the SNES, the entire game. And Down the Tubes, Earthworm Jim.
I don't remember that level. I never beat Earthworm Jim, so it's a cool game though.
Mercenary
It was
X.
funny when I had Doug TeNapel on my show. I was like, yeah, I'm gonna get the creator of Earthworm Jim on the show. He's gonna want to talk about that game. And the first words out of his mouth were, so this game is crap. I'm like, well, what else do you want to talk about?
How about them Cubs?
Yeah, how about them Cubbies?
Mercenary X with a controversial take. I love water levels. I don't get the hate.
Here we go. Can I? Zip zap, zoop zap.
Norm Al Man. CD Project. More like CD Project. Am I right?
That's actually not bad.
Mr. E, thoughts on the film Taxi Driver?
It's one of those seminal kind of crime films from the 70s. Has inspired a lot of movies, most of which I'm not a fan of, like Joker and stuff like that. But, you know, kind of on the order of like a Death Wish or something, like very similar in approach to that. There was kind of this little subgenre in the 70s and 80s of like, dude loses his mind, starts wasting people. Like, that was a whole genre. Falling Down and freaking Death Wish and Taxi Driver. Even Dirty Harry to a degree is kind of that, even though it's about a cop, ostensibly. Okay, how do I get...
Space Monkey, I'll get your super chat when I can.
Where's the...
Mercenary X, Mega Man 2 was my intro to water levels. I love them.
Oh, yeah?
Harlock, I remember the big uproar with Passion of the Christ with people labeling it as horror.
Dude.
Or a snuff movie.
Oh yeah, it was gore porn and it was anti-Semitic and all of that stuff. Even though the movie makes really clear, like, it's not just the Jews. The apostles are Jews, for crying out loud. It's the Sanhedrin and the Pharisees, and it makes that pretty darn clear. But that wasn't enough for frickin' Hollywood. Kind of reminds me of that Norm joke. Everything reminds me of a Norm joke, but it was... Marlon Brando finally apologized for saying that Jews run Hollywood. In response, Hollywood has replied by saying he is free to work again.
MC Corleone, what issues do you have with Paul Ryan's politics?
Shall I count the ways? He's an establishmentarian. He's a McCainite.
That's terror.
He's a Romney guy. All right, there we go. Nice. Oh!
Big K Movies and Games. In 2019, during your Resident Evil 2 review, you mentioned being at the F yeah part of the remake craze. Would you say that we're still in a good spot, or is it overdone?
No, we're definitely still in a really, really good spot with remakes. And mainly, that's not because all of them are so great. I would say some of them aren't so great. But it's mainly because video game publishers have done such a poor job keeping these games in the public eye. There are entire franchises that you just can't even buy games in those franchises anymore. Like, they're not even available. So having these remasters, it's like, yeah. Plus, if you compare them to modern games, they hold up very, very well. If you compare this to a lot of modern third-person games, wonky controller sensitivity and all, dude, this thing's still stellar. It absolutely is. This game was almost like the culmination of everything like Crystal Dynamics had learned about 3D platformers to that point. It has a little bit of Tomb Raider in it. It's got a little Gex in it. It's got a little of all that stuff. And then it's got this killer story to boot. Legacy of Kain still has one of the better stories in games. Here, you could make a game tomorrow with this story, and it would be the most compelling thing out there on the market. And you know what? The more Uncharteds we get, and those are supposed to be state-of-the-art in terms of narrative. The narratives in those games, Taryn, have you played any of the Uncharted games at all? Like, even a minute?
No.
You've seen them being played or any? Like,
Not once. I mean, I've seen them played a little bit. It's
the
kind of hard
narratives
to
are
avoid.
forgettable. Maybe I'm just being unfair to Uncharted. Let's use another popular example, okay?
Okay.
And this is a series that actually has a halfway decent story. Halo.
Halo.
There are definitely Halo games where I don't remember the nuts and bolts of the plot at all.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Where it's just, okay, whatever, then that thing happened, then that thing happened. And Halo does not have a bad story, I have to stress. It's a much better story, I would say, than like Uncharted or something. It's a solid kind of sci-fi setting and a solid narrative overall, but you compare that to this. It's not even close.
Okami Jin. Darren, you are so smart and handsome, on top of being such a great orator. Could you use those skills to please read my super chat? Well, I just did. There you go, you're welcome.
Ah!
Nastasa.
Your check is in the mail.
I am playing through Mega Man X Collection, and I am playing and loving
Nice.
X1. After I finish it, next on the list is this and then Octopath Traveler.
Ooh, dude, Octopath Traveler is so good. Okay, sweet. So I still can't. I am gonna cheese this. I'm over it. I'm quitting, and then I'm just gonna load again. There we go. I don't know how you get back. There's probably a way to get back, but
Centuries past, your brother Dumas retreated with his clan into Nosgoth's northern wilderness.
can we just name a town Nosgoth, please?
Seek out his mountains.
Doesn't it already exist in, like, the Netherlands or some shit?
Probably.
These frozen wastes have mysteries yet to disclose.
I wasn't listening. I was just admiring the dulcet tones of Tony J.
Centuries past, your brother Dumas retreated with his clan into Nosgoth's northern wilderness.
Okay.
Empowered by the gift of Rahab's sower,
Seek out his mountain stronghold.
But tread carefully. These frozen wastes have mysteries yet to disclose.
All right, so I seem to remember him telling me to go back to the Maelstrom, so I like how he didn't tell me to go back to the Maelstrom there. Thanks, jerk.
Jegs Dino God, still on my quest to make Bambi an orphan. It's almost rut season in that area, so they're up and moving. Just going outdoors sure is the best Prozac.
You're not wrong, dude. Again, I've recommended this before. I love a YouTube channel called Cap and Ball. The guy, he's all about the antique firearms, but he also will do hunting videos sometimes. And there's a great video where he goes deer hunting in Europe with a crag. It's great. I wonder where, you know what? I'm gonna leave this alone, actually. I'm gonna leave this alone, and I'm just gonna go where I normally go, because I know I'll eventually come to the Maelstrom. But yeah, it's cool. It's like, most of it is just him walking through the wilderness, admiring nature, because that's mostly what hunting is, gang. It's zen. It's zen. When people say touch grass, the apotheosis of this phenomenon is hunting. I've been hunting only near the Mogollon Rim. It's the only place, the one thing I would love to do, and I imagine it would be more challenging because of the nature of the wildlife, is desert hunting. Because there are populations that you have to control, javelina and such. There's a lot of quail in the desert, jackrabbits. Always wanted to do that. You know, go around fall or winter when it's not too, like, sweltering. All right. Here we go. Speaking of which, I got my Crag serviced. She's all ship shape and good to go.
gunslinger in the Midwest. I've been getting various posts and videos from Christians on YouTube and X to not listen to music that is not Christian. What are your thoughts on that? Godspeed.
It doesn't work that way. It doesn't work that way. You change, your heart changes, and you will want to listen to music that affirms your faith and affirms your spirit. And that's really how it works. Don't think of it as a laundry list of things that you don't do. Think of it as you are going to change your heart through an active prayer life, and then naturally that will become reflected in your listening habits and your behavior, you know? It just is what it is. That's definitely where I'm at, right? Listen to a lot more classical, because most classical music is Christian music. A lot of it was commissioned by the church. Here we go. Mountain Fortress. There's a pie up there. A pie!
I read that one. HT Arcade in the King of Fighters series, a lot of the OST in the game is just straight up metal. Heavy metal is even included as the official hobby of my.
In King of Fighters?
Yeah.
Dude, metal is huge in Japan. It's why I always laugh when, like, weebs are like, metal. It's like, dude, you're doing anime wrong. You can't like anime and manga and hate heavy metal. Heck, half of the classic manga are named after, like, metal bands and metal musicians, and half of the classic Japanese games are named after that. Because, dude, when metal hit Japan, it hit it like a wrecking ball, dude. I'll put it this way. Dokken plays here in America, and they play in a club, or a theater at best. Dokken went to Japan, reunited for 1 week only, and made millions at one of the biggest festivals in Japan. That's Dokken, guys. We're not talking Judas Priest. We're not talking Iron Maiden. Dokken. Metal is massive in Japan.
Let's party!
I talked about this in my Yngwie Malmsteen mythos. This blew me away when I was doing my research. Mariah Carey had released an album right before, and Japan's a huge music market, right? So even American pop music does really well in Japan. That's why Tower Records still exists there. Mariah Carey had just released an album. Yngwie Malmsteen's Fire and Ice knocked it off the charts. Like, Yngwie is stupid popular over there. Stupid popular. I was like, it sold how many copies? Crazy. And then the next major rock album to sell that many was another Yngwie Malmsteen album. It was The Seventh Sign in '94. And then you look at footage of Yngwie in Japan, and it's like arenas, huge, like the Budokan, and just crazy. I don't need to come back here. I need to get to the Maelstrom. I think it was down that windy path that I passed earlier.
Mr. Reese just says, Happy New Year, everyone.
Happy New Year, sir.
Parlock, and speaking of falling down, your arguments with the Groypers reminds me of that scene with the Nazi in the surplus store. God, it's been a while since I've seen that movie.
It's no Black Raid.
Nastasa Razvan. My favorite shonen anime, I think he means is. Misspelled that there. Yu Yu Hakusho. Not only because of the plot and action,
yeah,
but also for the English dub. Demon have all the accent Australian and Welsh and Irish. And my favorite, sleazy Italians.
Ah, yes! Ah, yes. Oh, my. Ooh. Ooh, hello! This is new. I found this on accident. Well, this might just lead me where I need to go. It did say I needed Rahab's gift. I assume it's not AIDS.
Joe Southwell, Titus, and Romeo plus Juliet is the last I remember. Has anyone brought Shakespeare to the silver screen ever since DiCaprio was the age of his girlfriends?
I don't know. That is the last one I really remember. I'm trying to think. I mean, if you want to count Shakespeare in Love, that was after that.
Or that Jet Li movie.
What was that?
Romeo Must Die.
Oh, right. That's kind. Yeah, that's kind of take
I
off.
wouldn't count it, but
Wasn't there a Macbeth or something after that, or Hamlet Part 2? No. All right.
Hamlet's Revenge.
Yes.
Colgrave, to be fair.
Hamlet 2. Hamlet hard with a vengeance.
Colgrave, to be fair, the electric guitar and the shamisen go together like they were long-lost brothers.
Right? Everybody loves the shamisen. All right.
Bad Therapy, thank you for subbing for 2 months.
Water. Oh, boy. Oh, boy.
Shut up,
Ah!
silly woman.
Silly woman.
Suma Orange, as a believer, I can separate music from my faith. However, when Inquisition does songs like Crush the
Jewish prophet.
I just hit the skip button.
Which is like the best metal song title ever. Crush the Jewish prophet. Jeez. So ridiculous. Oh my gosh. Plus, that's not that great of a song, honestly.
Fast Tony saw Nosferatu, both the 22 and the 24.
Yeah.
I'm ready to call 24 a masterpiece, but wow, does 22 still hold up?
It does, man. Watch the 79 version, dude. It's great.
Count Orlok literally standing at the end of a hallway was scarier than today's fanciest jump scare. What makes horror scary for you?
It's atmosphere and dread and build-up. That's what it is. It's not... There's nothing wrong with a jump scare here and there. You know, they get a bad rap. It's okay to have a jump scare. But movies today are all jump scares. And it cheapens them. And it cheapens the horror. And there's not a sufficient build-up a lot of times to the jump scares and the gore and the whatever, right? Oh, into the fire. Give me that George Lynch guitar solo.
Tyler, how do you practice a healthy prayer life?
Get a good devotional to start with. That's always a great way to go. The Bible gives you a good example. My favorite book of the Bible is Daniel. I love how mythic it is. I've always loved that, and the Bible describes Daniel's prayer life as morning, afternoon, and evening. 3 times a day. Ooh. 3 times a day. So, get a morning and evening devotional. A really good one that I recommend always is C.H. Spurgeon's Morning and Evening. And then you can just pray a 3rd time in the middle of the day. But just having a regular prayer life in general will do that. I'm going to chuck him off the cliff.
Jag Stone, oh god, J-pop doesn't use the same 4 pop chords America uses. They share the same chord structure as Never Gonna Give You Up. Explains why it's a bit better.
Well, I mean, Japan's a big music market. It's similar to Sweden that way. Huge, Sweden and Japan, 2 huge music markets, and you listen to like Swedish pop, like ABBA and stuff, and it's so much more, there's so much more music theory in like ABBA than Taylor Swift, right? That's just way more. And that's because, Like, in Sweden and Japan, jazz still sells. Classical music still sells. No music sells here. Not even pop music, really. And then the tunnel.
Is the next boss just Shelob?
It better not be.
Debonair nerd.
Fat hobbits.
On the latest side-scrollers, you asked if all Aussie girls were blonde. As an Aussie, I can confirm they are either blonde or Chinese. Never both.
I don't know what that is in Australia. It's like every Australian actress is blonde. It's just the law. Like, what? Right, Miranda Otto and Kylie Minogue and... Bah! Gotta love that. Okay, there was a door up there, though, that I'm gonna go in. Here we go! Just, there's a pipe above your head. Follow it.
Creeper weirdo. You hear the talk about the death of subcultures. Is that why punk music is so lame and conformist now without even knowing it?
Yeah, because you can't have a subculture without a monoculture, and we don't have a monoculture anymore. Right?
Who are you? Your worst nightmare.
I've pointed this out. I've pointed this out many a time, but, you know, Taylor Swift releases a new album, and it's a big deal on Twitter and to her autistic fans and bots, but sells a few 100,000 copies. It's like, all right. That's not a monoculture, gang. That's not a monoculture. A monoculture is Michael Jackson Thriller comes out and sells... How much was it? 500 million copies or whatever. Like, it was just retarded. I think it was like 250 million. It's probably way more than that now. That's a monoculture, gang. That's pop music. Pop is short for popular. We don't have pop music anymore. We just have music that is made to sound popular. This is weird. Oh! It's a block.
Frogs. Thank you for
What
the 20.
is this for?
I tried asking last week, but my chat got lost. I wanted to know what your opinion is on death metal, and if you have any favorites. Mine are Death and Nile.
I'm not a big death metal guy, but I don't hate Morbid Angel. I don't hate Death. I don't hate Entombed. There are a few little smaller bands that most people probably haven't heard of that I kind of dig. Like, there's a band called Bane out of LA that was really good. Only released like one record, but they were really good. Yeah, I'm not a big death metal guy. I'm just in general. I never really got into the genre. And then the genre like kind of left me behind because I don't like the tech death thing. I don't like necrophagist. Like, I really don't like necrophagist. And necrophagist had this horrible influence on death metal where everything after them sounded like necrophagist. Ooh, maybe it's over here. Maybe that's the idea. I think I'm supposed to, like, stop this from spinning or something. I don't know why. I don't know what I get, but...
Also, which scene do you think was better? New York or Florida?
Which scene? Probably Florida, ultimately. Okay. Let's actually pull this back.
Lampshade, while we're on the subject of Japanese metal. Thoughts on Ninjin Isu?
God dang it. Oh. Push the darn block. Okay, I don't know what that gets me. I don't know if that got me anything at all, actually. Let me pull that back and see what happens.
So Ninjin Isu?
I've heard of them. I haven't really listened to them. Okay, that did stop it. Interesting.
I've been deep diving their discography since seeing their video for Heartless Scat.
Yeah.
Abigail, Spurgeon's Morning and Evening is the perfect Devo to start this year. Thanks.
Yeah, it's magnificent. And it's, I think there's a free phone app of it, too. Like, if you don't want to own a hard copy or you're not, like, a physical media person. Okay, so we have... as near I can tell, it keeps those torches lit. I don't know what that gets me. I guess we'll see. Let's go back.
What the fuck you call 125 murders in 5 years, huh?
Work in progress.
8C, not entirely true. Claudia Black, the woman who played Erin Soon in Farscape, is an Australian actress. She isn't
Is
blonde.
she?
Yep.
Are you kidding me? I thought she was English.
Apparently.
She doesn't have an Australian accent. Are you sure?
Let's look it up.
I thought she was British. Meanwhile, the Peacekeeper tech girl was blonde and she was Australian.
Claudia Black? Claudia Lee Black is an Australian actress.
Wow, I had no idea. Was she born in the UK or something, or is it just a fake accent that she puts on?
And I will point out that 3 of the pictures that have popped up have shown her as to be blonde.
Oh
I
yeah,
don't
she
know
has
if she-
been blonde, yeah.
If she
Forgot.
dyed it or...
That's funny. She's
I
a good
think-
actress, though.
I think she is brunette, though.
She's good in a lot of stuff.
Black. Jack Sano God, I wonder if the music industry killed American taste by making generations since the 90s who don't get exposed to a variety of enough good music.
Kind of. I mean, I think a part of that is the internet came around. Specifically, broadband internet came around in the early 2000s. And like the year 2000, I feel like that's the dividing line. We had a little bit of a monoculture before that. After the year 2000, we no longer had a monoculture. And so we kind of flash froze there in like the late 90s, culturally speaking. Pop rap was popular at the time. It still is. It still is. Kind of dance pop was popular. It's changed a little over time, like with the millennial whoop and little things have been added in. But like, guys, even dubstep started in the 90s. Michael Jackson was experimenting with it on the Invincible album. The genre that became known as dubstep was called, what was it called? Something, I forget what the nascent form of dubstep was, but Rodney Jerkins, the producer of the Michael Jackson Invincible album, he was way into that genre, and it was big in like Europe and in dance clubs and stuff at the time. And then it comes around a decade later, Michael Jackson, once again, a full decade ahead of the curve on what was going to be popular in music, but he got there in 99. It's crazy. Dubstep didn't become popular till like 08, 09. Right on the button. So we're just sort of stuck culturally. We're stuck musically. We're stuck in a lot of ways. There is no zeitgeist because everything's fractured because of broadband internet, social media. Everybody's just kind of atomized into these little groups. You even see it in like elections. right? We just had one of the most resounding landslides in 20 years. And if you looked at the actual results, it wouldn't look like much of a landslide, right? And yet that's what a landslide looks like in 2024. And it's because we're just atomized. Okay. Whoa! Do not burp at me. Ugh! Nice goth belt, bro. Whoop, 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 whoop. Let's get over here. What's over here? Oh boy. I have a feeling this will be quite the puzzle room. Huh. Well, let's charge in there. What's he look like? Oh, pretty much the same in the old graphics. Dude, you can't beat good art design, man. It will overcome aging graphics any day of the week.
Hong Nguyen. There's also indie pop. What a contradiction.
I know. I would say even indie rock to a degree. And even indie rock. What was indie rock? Indie rock was just a new name for alternative. And when did that start? 90s? Bro, we're just stuck. We're stuck as a culture.
Intrinsic dark.
I mean, it's okay. We've had little fashion trends here and there, like skinny jeans came around, which, by the way, the skinny jeans trend, I can confirm this because I was way into like punk towards the end of the 90s. Dude, the punkers were already starting to do the skinny jeans and the Converse in the late 90s. That happened in the 90s. And we're still carrying that on, right? Not so much anymore, but you see what I mean? Like, the stuff that we think are trends of the 2000s are really trends that started in the 90s, and we just sort of carried them on. We just didn't move on from that. Okay, so...
Hey, Mithrin, how you doing?
I can get in the first door here. I reckon I probably need to, like, move a valve or something. It's probably what's going on here.
Intrinsic dark. The type of horror that gets me is when it feels relentless, unavoidable, and completely inescapable. I think that's why I'm more scared by body horror and werewolves than anything else.
I think that's why Nosferatu works, because he's treated like that kind of force of nature. Like, he's just gonna happen, right? And there's only one way to deal with him, and they make that pretty clear early on in the movie. And it's the same solution and the same ending as the old movies. That's why I, like, scratch my head. Like, people like...
I have a bad feeling about this.
Like, what do you mean? That was degenerate. It was this, it was this. Like, it's the same ending as the previous versions of Nosferatu. It's the exact same thing. Let's look
Vincenzo,
around in the water.
You're in the desert and you come across a Cybertruck laying on its back, belly baking in the sun.
Yes.
But you're not helping.
No.
Why aren't you helping, Razor?
I couldn't tell you. There's a freaking trident just sitting here. Or maybe it's a double mint.
Jake Downey.
There we go.
If you think Nile is good, denial isn't just the river in Egypt. Keep up the good work, you cultured and loquacious heroes. I don't know how to say that. Sorry for the whining earlier. Harlock, if only WWE was stuck in the 90s.
Right? Oh, but that's passé. Wrestling has moved on. It's like, moved on to what?
The dumpster?
Right. It's moved on to making a lot of money by lying to TV companies and networks. It's like, oh, they make more money than ever. It's like, yeah, so does a snake oil salesman. That doesn't mean that their product is better. Product is markedly worse.
8C. Claudia Black is amazing with accents. She does an amazing Southern Belle accent in one episode of Farscape.
Oh, yeah.
There's the reason she became a voice actress. Morrigan is the best character in Dragon Age.
Yeah, she is. I like Leliana, too, but... Whoa, this is interesting. This is a very Tomb Raider type room. Isn't it? I'm like expecting a stone puzzle or something. Hold on. Can I zap that? Huh. Interesting. Can I...
Triforce symbol on the wall.
Right?
That's funny.
Yeah, it's a little Zelda-ish, too. Oh. Curiouser and curiouser.
Oh, Jake Downey. Maybe this is the one where he's whining. Paraphrase quote of the day. The 12 disciples never recanted over 40 years of imprisoned beatings and death. Watergate, 12 powerful men in the world couldn't keep a secret for 3 weeks. Chuck Colson. Dawnbreaker, Razor, have you listened to the band Necromancers?
I don't think I have, no.
And if not, I think you would enjoy.
Oh, what was that?
What Elon and the other corporate bros need to understand is when we said America first, we also meant Americans first.
Yep. Exactly.
Whinge, Terran,
and
not
for the record,
whine.
and for the record, it's like they're trying to cast this as some kind of absolutist thing. Like, we don't ever want immigrants. Like, obviously, there have been waves of migration that have helped America tremendously and helped Americans. But, we want Americans to get those jobs first. That's it. We have been the last ones to feed for an awful long time. An awfully long time. And the solution to overpaid American labor, as I said in my rant, is not to import cheaper labor. You're circumventing a deep and abiding issue there. You're not really addressing the problem. If American labor's overpaid, okay, then there needs to be an adjustment there. Why is it overpaid? Is it underskilled? Is that why it's overpaid? If it's underskilled, then we need to fix our education issues. If it's just overpaid, then we need to fix our union issues. Because they're the ones pressuring these companies to raise the salaries of people who shouldn't be making that much. Burn!
Mr. E, I like how the WWE stands. Always talk about
It can be very, very nasty if I want to be.
So can I.
Such an underrated Death Wish movie.
I like how the WWE stands always talk about how every metric to showcase their brand is better than ever, except for the TV ratings.
Yep. Except for TV ratings and viewership figures in general, right? Like, so you can get up here. There is an area up here. Maybe I'm not seeing...
Hong Nguyen, WWE is still in the 90s, if they still play Nickelback.
Dude, WWE's music choices for pay-per-views are so freaking dated. It's hilarious. They could actually be more current picking a band from the 70s or 80s. I'm more current in a Striper shirt than they're like, All right, we got an upcoming WWE pay-per-view in 2024, in 2025, in 2026. What's it gonna be? I know, Drowning Pool. Like, what? What?
Generalissimo Liberty, can you expound upon Jimmy Carter? Your thoughts? Oh yeah, I forgot during all this Jimmy Carter talk.
Yeah, he sure did, finally. Do we believe that he just died? Or has he been dead for a while and they just kind of admitted it? I don't know.
It's grim shit.
Yeah, but, you know, it happens. You know, it occurs to me I didn't try going into the other world. The popular narrative around Jimmy Carter is he was a good man who tried to be a good president but wasn't one. And I differ with that assessment on every single point. He was a terrible human being. Hello. He was a terrible human being because he was a collectivist who naturally believed in the idea that there are people born owing other people something, which is a ghoulish concept that's always going to end in a mass grave. And it did in his case. Time and time again, it ended in a mass grave in Iran. It ended in a mass grave in the jungles of Guyana when Jonestown happened, with the direct aid of his wife and with the direct say-so of Jimmy Carter himself, who spoke up in Jim Jones' defense when he was accused of sexual assaults that he had committed. He was a ghoul. He was a terrible human being. And Habitat for Humanity, ask anyone who has done any volunteer work all around the world, and I've done quite a bit of it, right? I'm saying this from personal experience, not out of bias against Jimmy Carter. Look, when I did my first volunteer work in, like, Mexico, building houses and stuff, I wasn't even that cognizant of Jimmy Carter as a president. But my experience there was Habitat for Humanity was nowhere to be found. It was the dreaded white Christians that Jimmy Carter bashed his entire life and career, who were doing 10 times as much to help poor people as Habitat for Humanity ever did to help themselves. You want to talk about what a wonderful human being. The next time you think about saying good man, bad president, I want you to go listen to the Jonestown death tape. For those who are not aware, Jim Jones recorded a radio broadcast the day they committed mass suicide. You get to hear Jim Jones persuade his own followers to drink poison and die. And you get to hear the cries of innocent children who have no ideology of their own. They're not communist, they're not capitalist, they just had the misfortune of being born to hippie parents. Crying that their stomach doesn't feel good because their parents just forced them to ingest poison. That's the good man, Jimmy Carter. That's what he did. You can blow me with that Jimmy Carter was a good man and good Christian. Good solid Christian, just like Jim Jones. Cosplaying as a Christian while advocating communism. Advocating mass murder. 1,000 dead people face down, many of them children, in a jungle in Guyana, thanks to the say-so of the Carter administration. A ghoul. That's what that man was.
It needs to be a video. I mean, you did Lincoln. You know what? Strike while the iron's hot. A nice 40-minute to an hour-long video about Carter.
About Carter, yeah. And that's without even getting into the Iranian crisis and the Shah of Iran and all of that nonsense.
I cast knife. We've been in the 90s for 30 years now. I don't think I could even conceive of a cultural shift. Would it be a gradual change or a rubber band snap to something wholly different? Was the slop-flopping in gaming a shift?
Yeah, I feel like games... I mean, shoot, Terran's at least as qualified to opine on this as I am. But I feel like games were almost a victim of their own success.
Yeah.
In a way, like...
In the past, I want to say 10 years, progress just stopped. And the studios have only been concentrating, or at least 90% of it, 80-90% of it has been focused on graphics only.
Yeah. Nothing wrong with good graphics. It's cool when you get a game that's gorgeous. It's neat. But I need more than that.
Like, how many sequels have we got in the past 10 years? Like...
And inferior sequels at that. Alright, let's flip this. Ugh. And...
Orion Slaver, thank you for addressing the union problem in your H1B rant video. They've been strangling our workforce's ability to compete for far too long.
Godspeed. Yeah, not a lot of people have been talking about that component of it, and it's like Vivek goes off about how they're not educated enough, which comes off as condescending. That was one thing, is I did mention, I think in the last stream, like I thought Elon Musk was really bad at articulating his position, while also saying, by the way, that I disagree with his position. But the big thing that irritated me about both Vivek and Elon is neither of them acknowledged the union problem. Neither of them acknowledged that unions had basically led to American workers being overpaid and it's like the education system led to American workers being underqualified. Unions led to American workers being overpaid and underqualified. It's an important component. Okay, here we go. Did that just make a toilet flushing noise? I think it did. Dude, did you see the new video from Kingdom Come Deliverance 2?
Not the new video, no.
Apparently they're gonna do the thing that Oblivion did where you have like incidental dialogue between peasants and stuff while you're walking around and...
That's cool.
Yeah, that wasn't really in Kingdom Come Deliverance 1 that I remember.
Unless it was, like, scripted.
Yeah. Oh, can I fly up there? Woo! Can you take me higher?
Generally, Simo Liberty, Jimmy Carter pushed a far-left issue. He passes the buck to his daughter, Amy, when he was on air. His handling of 3 Mile Island was political.
He was cynical. He was, you know, this idea of this disarmingly charming, dedicated Christian peanut farmer is just such a contrivance and a lie. Just scum. But, you know, thanks for giving us Reagan. I appreciate it. I have my issues with Reagan, but we were definitely better off after that.
Intrinsic Dark. Everyone only skims these issues. That's the problem. Carter was promoted as a good person, and nobody bothered to look into that claim.
Yep. It's a lazy, commonly accepted narrative. It's kind of like the old Lincoln saves the Union thing. It's like, okay, let's define our terms. What is the Union? How did the Founding Fathers define what the Union is? Because the Founding Fathers, if you look through all their writings, say it's a voluntarily formed union of states. So if it's a voluntary union, then Lincoln killed it, right? Because the moment someone tried to secede, he blew them up.
Galaxy Commander, Dunadan, Son of the West.
Oh my.
Awful water level for me. The one mission from Mech Warrior 2, Ghost Bear's Legacy, where you have to destroy an underwater base. One hit and you lose everything.
Oh my gosh. Whoa! Hey! Isn't this where I came in at? Let me grab this pole. It's a pole on a pole match.
Platform user.
Hey, here's a little callback, speaking of which, to any teenage Christians. Meet you at the pole. Anyone remember this? That was a big deal in the 90s. I don't know if it's still a thing, really. Kids raised Christian know what I'm talking about.
If you think art costs in video games are bad, Look at how many producers and production assistants are on AAA games.
Dude.
Overpaid meeting planners.
Yeah, DEI has hit the industry hard, but I mean, the industry was already declining creatively before DEI really became a big concern in gaming. That must be said. I feel like it has become a boogeyman that some people now mistakenly believe the exorcism of which would immediately mollify all the other extant issues in the industry. Of course it would not. It wouldn't. There would still be an entire panoply of other issues that would have to be solved. Okay, so I think I just went the wrong way when I dropped down here. Yeah, I was supposed to go over here. Over here! Hey! Help! Please help! Alright, there we go. Alright. Well, this is gonna take me back where I was. Well, let's see what... Yeah, this is... I went down here. Is there something maybe that unlocked now that I turned on the water wheel? Hours into the game now, the impalings don't get any less awesome.
Squatch Hammer. Speaking about being stuck in the 90s, Dragon Annual #1 had an article named Allies. Mixed race armies find strength through diversity.
Yeah. Oh, hello. We turned on the lighthouse. There's a cool lighthouse level in Thief 2, by the way. There's a cool one in Splinter Cell Chaos Theory that I love. Ooh. I see what I have to do.
Orion Slaver. Elon joined MAGA. MAGA didn't join Elon.
Bingo. You know, the widening of the tent strategy was controversial with some people, but I don't see it as a hazard, provided we're willing to push back against the wider tent when they push issues and ideas and policies that are not America first, and some of them will. Tulsi Gabbard will, Elon will, it's a matter of time. RFK will, for sure.
Norm Al Man. I played a bit of the new Indiana Jones game, and I'm loving it so far. The combat system and stealth are fun for what they are, not perfect by any means.
Yeah, it's not.
The devs earned another crack at indie.
Yeah, I was pleasantly surprised. It wasn't amazing. I talked about it a little bit on Open Bar with Critical Drinker yesterday. Mahler had a slightly opposite view. I guess he really hated that game. I mean, I didn't think it was amazing. His criticisms were valid, right? His criticisms chiefly centering around the banal plot. And he's not wrong. But in 2024, when the game came out, sadly, banal is an upgrade from actively offensive. Alright. How do we stop this thing?
Stop time?
Stop time! Is that an MC Hammer reference, or?
People are saying other way back.
Okay, that doesn't help.
Yeah. HT Arcade. Whitney Cummings roasted CNN on their New Year's show. She's not leaning into based content. Why are liberals now repeating MAGA talking points?
Yeah. Well, Whitney Cummings is now a podcaster. That's all that is. Aw, poop. Ah! And where's a portal? Where's a portal? Come on. Give me a portal, you joke. Ah! Oh, over here. Yeah, Whitney Cummings is like doing a podcast now. She's trying to kind of be female Joe Rogan, I have a feeling. And, it's a cynical move on her part. That's what that is. I just don't. And her jokes weren't very good either. Those were not exactly, Greg Giraldo caliber jokes. You want to watch a roast, like go watch Greg Giraldo tear someone a new colon. Or Nick DiPaolo, for that matter. Jeez. Can you imagine if Nick DiPaolo got let on that friggin' dais with Anderson Cooper? It was funny watching Glanderson Pooper squirm, though. Alright. Get up here. No! Mind your manners.
Blast radius. I saw through Bernie's con when he betrayed Ron Paul on not voting with him on auditing the Fed at the last minute.
Yeah, he's a fraud. He's been a fraud. The guy's just a commie. If it's not going to benefit his commie agenda, he doesn't care. Did that do it? Oh, that looks about right. How do I stop it, though?
D7 Origin. Oh no, I read yours already. Read that, read that.
Oh man, and I can't get through here because I have to go through the door and I have to be corporeal to do it, and there's got to be some way to stop time then while I'm corporeal.
Lance, speaking of trapped in the 90s, what are your thoughts on the Sonic 3 movie?
A lot of people showed up for it when we went to see Nosferatu. I know that.
You can't open doors in the spectral realm. Get closer.
What? I mean, I know I can't go through them either.
You missed it. I'm not sure what they're talking about. Go into the temple and go into spectral form. Hello, Cicero. He keeps bumping his head on the microphone stand.
Alright, well.
Hello, Cicero. He likes neck scratches. Jugan.
Ooh!
I don't need flying cars if Elon gave us framework for classic car models. Give me a means to make a classic Corvette body without the emissions BS.
That's stuff that can only happen when we eliminate regulation. There was no reason to regulate Camaro and Firebird bodies and what. There was no reason whatsoever. They weren't a menace. They weren't hurting anybody. It was a bunch of BS. And it made all our cars look the same. And that'd be one thing, except same in this case just means terrible. Everything looks like a phone charger. Alright, there we go. Okay, so...
Someone says...
Whoa! Aha. Hello, hello.
Never mind. Looks like you got it.
Yeah. So basically just wait till it shines and then go to the spectral realm.
Joe, has anyone seen Sonic 2? How are we at 3 already? Yeah,
I'm surprised, yeah. What is this?
Yeah, apparently the movies are good. I've not seen any of them.
What's this?
You know what
what Super Saiyan power am I getting now?
What I do find funny is in the Chip and Dale movie, it was much like Roger Rabbit, and like they had a bunch of characters, and Ugly Sonic from the first trailer was a character.
Nice.
I thought that was funny.
Whoa. What did I just unlock? I guess I go to the corporeal realm and find out.
Did you get the ability to stop time? Did you get Zaworldo?
What's this? What did that do?
I think you stopped time.
Did I?
Am I right, chat? I don't actually know. A sunlight glyph?
Sunlight.
Ethereal. It mirrors only moonlight and starlight.
Alright. What?
You got sun glyph.
Alright. Ah!
Burns enemies, apparently.
It burns them! I rather like that.
Steven. Man,
Okay, now where is this boss? That is the question. Was there somewhere I needed to get to?
Feels like a
By
year
burning.
since your Greedfall stream. I hear that Trump is replacing Vivek and Elon with Sam Hyde and RazörFist as leads on Doge. Is this true?
One can hope. Anybody else think Sam Hyde is slowly turning into Leon Trotsky? Physically, I mean.
I mean, God, the resemblance.
It's getting a little creepy.
It's gotta be on purpose. He even has the circular glasses.
I'm just saying, Sam. Watch out for ice picks in the back of the head. That's all I'm saying, bud. Don't bang any Mexican chicks with a unibrow, please. All right.
Matthew Hammond, Nintendo avoided this malaise with two things. They saw graphics focus being an issue and refocused on gameplay with the Wii. When the Wii U failed, Nintendo execs took a pay cut instead of firing their employees.
Yep. So they kept a lot more public goodwill. Workers at Nintendo were happier. Funny thing about people who are happier at work, they tend to make better things. So the people who designed the Switch were actually kind of looking forward to correcting their mistakes with the Wii U, and they did. Big time.
Vincenzo,
What's
I
your
will
prediction
get to
on the
it.
Switch 2, bro?
I will get to it when I get to it. What was that about the Switch 2?
What's your prediction on the Switch 2? What do you think they're gonna do?
I mean, the same but more powerful. Really, it's just lacking power, the Switch. I would say maybe they add one, I don't want to say gimmick to it, but
You gotta imagine it'll be 4K.
I say it goes full 1080, 60 FPS.
Really? You don't think they'll go
No,
4K?
I don't think so.
I see. My thought would be, with 4K TVs being the standard, heck, we're already talking about 8K. They're already selling 8K. I would think, yeah, like that would be something that they would do.
Unless
Let me
the Switch stand, the dock.
Oh,
If the
lame.
dock acts like a Nintendo 64 expansion pack, where it increases it even further and can push 4K, like it helps with like hardware, if there's hardware built in, maybe.
Yeah, I would think 4K would be a no-brainer on that. They would go 4K.
You know what? Maybe they incorporate 3DS stuff into it. Like a self-facing camera, or the 3D effect
the
on the
3D
tablet.
effect on the, yeah. Which is still cool to this day.
Yeah.
I still love that. 3DS was a great console.
I mean, Switch 2 would be the most affordable VR headset. I don't think so. I don't think they'll be going that way. For reasons.
Well, you don't want a all red and black VR headset, no?
I tried that once at Toys R Us.
Yeah, I had a friend.
My God.
I had a friend whose parents got him one, and he wished they hadn't.
Like, I played with it for, like, I want to say 2 minutes. I came out of that, and I was like, where the fuck am I? I think I even stumbled a little bit. Holy crap. Generally Simo Liberty, I'm rewatching your Metal Mythos videos because metal is the vibe for my writing. I owe you a high amount of thanks. Paxton, Accept, and Motorhead are fitting the Red Dawn vibe. Cool. Any other bands?
Any other bands? Tankard, Razor, Anvil, Savatage. Check out The Dungeons Are Calling, and Power of the Night. Check out a little band called Striper. I did a mythos of some of these bands. Razor and Striper I did a mythos on. Check out Queensryche, early Queensryche.
Matthew Hammond, Nintendo will utilize NVIDIA's DLSS for upscaling.
Could.
And Mercenary X, I still have my Virtual Boy. I never got a Wii U.
Oh my gosh.
What? What do you want? You couldn't possibly want more pets. And you were
That's
standing,
where you're wrong, kiddo.
You're standing far too away. Far away. I can scratch your chin.
There we go.
From here.
Okay, well, I can't seem to find exactly where I need to go.
Nguyen, I heard there's good games on VR32 like Telerobox.
Ah, come on.
Read that, read that.
Yes, but is there Astrobot? God, Jeff Keighley. Like, when Jeff Keighley does something, he overdoes something. Like, he doesn't even know moderation. Can you imagine drinking with the guy?
Yeah, I mean, Sony paid up.
Oh, man.
Sony paid up this year.
Anything worth doing is worth overdoing, according to
Look at the
Jeff
Game
Keighley.
Awards list, and then look at the winners on the Steam Awards.
Yeah.
And that tells you everything.
Complete disparity. That's another thing. That's always been a blind spot for the Game Awards, though. When have they ever given any due praise to anything that's PC exclusive? Very, very rarely.
Somebody in the chat, what the fuck is Astrobot? That, you are correct, sir.
Maybe this? Maybe I needed to do it here?
Demaster, any tips on writing noir from pulp to romance?
It's all about suggestion. It's all about kind of theater of the mind. It's why noir always goes well with radio, right? So, it's kind of like, I think Raymond Chandler said famously, you know, a good story is a story that would be good even if the ending wasn't good, right? You'd be so wrapped up in the journey of it that it wouldn't matter because of how it was told. I think Raymond Chandler is the ultimate example of this, right? His plots are not that great. Sometimes they outright don't make sense, but it doesn't matter because the way that you get there and the characters that you meet along the way and the kind of themes that you confront along the way are so memorable and so entertaining, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Is that significant? I wonder.
Hug Nguyen, thoughts on Bracero program and self-deportation? Bracero or Bracero? I'm not sure what that is.
Self-deportation's always been a big part of getting your immigration under control. It was a huge part of Donald Trump's first term. And I think it was key, really. Operation Wetback under Dwight Eisenhower, I believe. That was basically a system where Dwight Eisenhower deported a few thousand illegal aliens and then just made sure that the media was covering it. And just when illegal aliens found out about Operation Wetback, they deported themselves. They split. Donald Trump had a similar chilling effect as soon as he started building the wall and all that stuff. And if he goes all in on that, the same effect will emerge. And that's what I'm hoping. Like, people are talking about Tom Homan. How are you even going to logistically handle the deportation of several, 20 million or however many? It's always a new number every single time. How are you going to do that? It's logistically impossible. It's like, well, number one, illegal aliens are going to do most of the work. Because once they see that mass deportations are on the menu, a lot of them are going to split. Oh, is that where I came over? Well, shoot! I may not be able to go back that way. I don't think I can. I'll try transitioning into the other world. See if maybe another path opens up, but it doesn't look like it will. All right. Okay, I might cheese this. Of course, I haven't really had my boss fight yet. That's the thing. Oh, what's down here? Is it just the other... Oh, no, this is... Oh, this is a different area. Okay. Let's look around. Oh, is this where I came in at? I think it might be. Darren?
Sorry, I've read a great deal of these. I'm just trying to find new ones.
Alrighty.
Mr. E. Always thought Eternal Champions had a cool story that Sega could have expanded on with future games in different genres, well, maybe even movies.
Didn't they make a comic out of it?
You know what? I want to say I saw something like that.
Yeah,
once.
I think they did.
Generalissimo Liberty, learning good metal in my 40s. He's saying he's typically a hard rock guy. Morgan, I support self-deportation with a Ruger Vaquero. Hostman's Lounge.
I support mass deportation with eggs rancheros. Huevos rancheros. There we are.
Are there any Legacy of Kain like BDs or prose novels?
Oh man. So basically like gothic horror, vampire type stuff. There's a cool Nosferatu BD from not that long ago, actually, from just a couple of years ago. That was, I think, originally published in Italy. It's black and white, pen and ink. Dude, it's incredible.
A couple of people are saying go back. I don't know why.
Go back the way I came?
Can you guys, you two specifically, elaborate on that? While I read a different one.
Go back to where I came in?
That's what I'm assuming. You were almost out of there.
Yeah, I was out. I knew where I was going, but it...
Great. Grate.
The place I came in? Okay, whatever. Alright, I'll go back.
It's Trump time.
I don't lose anything if I go back. It doesn't matter.
It's Trump time. Power Rangers team. You have to go back. There's a grate at the bottom of the water. Phase through it.
Oh, I know. I know I needed to phase through it. That's fine.
At the bottom of the tower, very bottom in the water, there is a teleporter.
This is just going to take me back to that fortress. I think they might mean a different grade.
Sumo Orange,
Yeah,
hypothetically, even if Trump botches H1B, but comes through in everything else, wouldn't his second term still be a success? I don't get the dooming. People are too...
I don't either.
Yeah.
H1B, when it was left alone for the first part of his administration, was not a massively disruptive force. But that doesn't mean he should be embracing it. It's not an America First policy. It's something we should correct him on. He's wrong. Elon's wrong. Vivek is wrong. And it's okay to say that. Yeah, I think it must be, like, they said at the base of the tower, so I think I know what they mean. I think it's through here, and maybe out in this large area.
Attention spans.
Yes! We are swimming great spans.
Are you a homosexual?
Well, hello. What's over here? Teleporter. Woohoo! I mean, this doesn't really help me with finding the boss, though. But I'll go back to the underworld and I'll ask Tony J for help.
That's what he's there for.
Tony J! Come talk that sexy British mess to me.
I cast night. Oh wait, I don't want to talk over this.
Centuries past, your brother Dumas retreated with his clan into Nosgoth's northern wilderness.
Greenland.
Empowered by...
Dude, are we gonna wind up owning Greenland? I was telling Taryn this before the stream.
But tread carefully.
It's free real estate.
These frozen wastes
Free
have
real estate.
mysteries yet to disclose.
I was telling Taryn this before the stream. Apparently now the leader of Greenland is like, hey, we want our freedom. From Denmark, is it?
I think.
And Trump, meanwhile, is like, we'd like to own Greenland. It's fine real estate. I'd like to build Trump Tower there. It's like, are we gonna wind up owning Greenland? We'll have a renewable source of dehydrated shark.
I cast knife. What has Tom Holman said about HB1? This is
I have a bad feeling about this.
all a moot point on what Elon and Vivek want.
Exactly.
If Tom just says, nope, it's done.
Exactly. He's the immigration policy guy. I'm not worried about him. You watch his interviews and it is clear this guy is America first. He's ready to go. I am not concerned in the slightest about immigration policy, really. But that doesn't mean Trump shouldn't be corrected on it. There we go. A little bit of super-de-duper energy. All right. Ooh, more.
Cesario, Happy New Year, RazörForce.
Okay, so we got the teleport thing. What does that get us?
One person said Lake of the Dead, then head north.
Lake of the Dead.
Happy New Year, RazörForce. RazörFist and Terran, I hope this year is better, given we ended 2024 with 4 high-profile aircraft crashes.
All right.
Oh, for crying out loud, we couldn't even go 24 hours.
Right.
Agamemnon Fireman.
Okay, let's take a look at my... What is it? Aha!
You both talked about your favorite 80s and 90s anime before. What are your favorite from the 60s or 70s? And any quality exceptions post-90s? I've been watching City Hunter and Cat's Eye.
Post-90s, any exceptions? Shoot, I kind of like... I like the Claymore
I don't step on toes.
manga.
I step on necks.
I like the Claymore manga. I'm not sure how I feel about the anime, but... the very first Berserk is pretty cool. Don't bother with any of the Berserk anime after that. Oh, there we go. Excellent. There is the Lake of the Dead. Let's go.
But what
Alright.
60s or 70s anime?
60s or 70s anime.
I mean,
Superbook. Does nobody know about that? See, this is another Christian kid thing. You were introduced to anime through Dragon Ball. I was introduced to anime through the Christian anime known as Superbook. We are not the same.
Macross
Yeah, of course. Speed Racer.
would have to be my favorite.
Oh man, I almost got him. Okay. Now it was north.
Oh, and post 90s for me. Fuck. I was gonna say something like Big O, but I think that was late 90s. Macross was the 80s? Fuck. Oh, Galaxy Express. There's a lot of... That guy specifically did a lot of Galaxy Express stuff. That was really good.
Is it here?
Early
I assume it's
2000s.
here. Although I could have gotten in here in my incorporeal form. Wonder what's...
What does turn you on?
I'm pretty sure Trigun was also 90s.
No, Trigun was early 2000s, right?
Was it? Okay,
Yeah,
then that's my choice. I forget when they made
Is that a good guy?
Big O.
Hey, what's up? Just an unholy abomination that devours souls. Don't worry about me. As it was pointed out in the first stream, every human being I encountered, I murdered.
First episode air date, April 2nd, 2001. Yep. All right, then that's my answer, Big O.
Okay. There we go.
Over Broken Bridge. Go back to Lake of Dead.
What? Why? This is a new area, isn't it? Okay, whatever, I guess. I'm a man, but I can change.
This is
if
another.
I have to.
This is another optional puzzle.
It's an optional puzzle. Okay, whatever. It don't matter.
Proton Spinner, evening again. I have a Corso question.
Yeah.
The breed standard says Corsos are indifferent to gunfire, fireworks, etc., but mine wants to run outside and watch the fireworks go boom. Does Cicero do this?
He's not particularly weirded out by fireworks. He's kind of just indifferent. He just sort of, when fireworks go off, he's just kind of chilling. It's weird. Yeah, it is a peculiarity of Cane Corsos, I notice.
I'm gonna slaughter this. Postman's Lounge. Is the Nosferatu BD from Soleil?
Soleil, yeah. I think it
Soleil.
was published by Soleil later on. It's a cool one. Alright. How do I get back up? Do I get back up? This is a... Ah! Can I climb up this?
It's a fun puzzle, so okay to play. Gets you water clip.
Alright, well. Across the broken bridge! How do I get across? Can I even...
Go where the broken wooden bridge is, where the flags are flying.
I don't think I can make that jump. Is that something where I have to go to the other world, maybe? It doesn't appear so. Maybe I can just...
L2 plus X.
Alright, well. Where's the portal? It's over here somewhere. There it is.
Jump from water, swim, and then L2 plus X.
Oh. Okay. Jump from water. Dude. Is that even going to be high enough? It might be. Yeah, it might be. Do my porpoise jump. Alright.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you can just barely, if you time it right, which I did not. Alright. Alright, there we go. Let's go! I should do that optional puzzle. It would be nice to have the water glyph.
Common J, with Trump's inauguration coming, how does it feel surviving the worst administration in recent memory?
I've been saying this for the last several weeks, guys. You really need to take a bow. This really... Take the recent memory out of it. This is one of the worst presidential administrations in U.S. history. There are administrations that are bad because they're corrupt. There are administrations that are bad because they're tone deaf. There are administrations that are bad because they subvert the will of the American people. There are administrations that are bad because they embroil us in foreign wars. And, are in bed with corrupt regimes, and on and on and on. The Biden administration is all of those things. It is every single one stacked on top of each other. It's crazy. Whew. Aww.
Barry. Oh, Barry. What are the best ways to demolish the labor theory of value, lie, and the argument that taxation isn't theft? Love you and Godspeed.
The labor theory of value is super, super easy, right? It's as simple as... Okay, it takes the Ford Motor Corporation a few hours to slap together a car in the assembly line. But it takes me hours to painstakingly whittle a little piece of wood until it looks like a person. It might take me weeks upon weeks on end. All of that effort, according to the labor theory of value, means that because what I did required more labor, it should be worth more than a Ford pickup truck. Congratulations, you just debunked the labor theory of value. It's the stupidest thing in history, and by the way, Nazis are adherents of the labor theory of value. Nazism completely hinges on the labor theory of value and the shrinking markets theory. I roll my eyes when people say Nazis aren't socialists. Economically, they are almost more socialist than some socialist regimes. Like, explicitly socialist, explicitly communist regimes. Ew. Oh, I need my soul reaver back. Ooh. Okay, torch will do in a pinch. How do I get my fire sword back? I want my fire sword.
Mr. Wrestling, thank you for the bits. Evening, enjoyed the appearance on the Hair Metal Guru. It reminded me of Jag Panzer, a good band that ended up missing the window due to various circumstances.
Yeah, they were, you know, they made their bones, though, in the 90s. They were one of those bands that, like, when the 90s came around, they started doing the European festival circuit. And they made quite a lot of change doing those big festivals. Like, dude, Jag Panzer were perennial Wacken attendees. They were always playing at Wacken. Think I'll pull it off, guys? No! Dude, why does it freeze when I try and do? That's the second time that's happened. My game froze while I was trying to backstab that guy. Jeez. I wish that happened when a member of the Trump administration tried to backstab him. So yeah, my game crashed again. That's the second there must be something going on with that command that's causing my game to crash. Maybe an effect that tries to render at that moment. That sucks.
Generalissimo Liberty, why are so many old money blue bloods homo?
Why are so many old money blue bloods homo? I don't know what you mean. Oh, just talk about Anderson Cooper. Well, the Vanderbilt fortune fell a long time ago, right? That was a fortune built by Cornelius Vanderbilt, who, gosh, you should read about Cornelius Vanderbilt. What a freaking Chad. I talked about it a little bit in one of my rants, talking about the difference between the government subsidized navies of, like, the early steam engine. The guy who gets the credit for the first proper steam engine on a boat. I forget the guy's name, out of New York, right? It's a famous guy. I'm just having a brain fart because I've been streaming too long. But Cornelius Vanderbilt basically looks at him. That guy gets massive subsidies in order to pioneer the steam engine. And of course, historians, who are all statists for the most part, celebrate him like a god. Cornelius Vanderbilt comes along with no government subsidies and curb checks this guy, just ends his career. He winds up being so much more efficient in his ferry service across the Hudson. Or actually, it's from New Jersey to, like, New York City or something. It's like New York, Jersey to Manhattan or whatever. He winds up being so much more efficient that the artificially imposed government-funded monopoly that was the ferry services at that time basically bribed him to go away. Because he's totally, like, just refuses to take government money, whatever, and he's outplaying them in every conceivable way. So what does he do? He's like, fine. You know what's going to happen, though? As soon as I go away, somebody else is going to come along because they're going to realize that all they have to do is undercut you and be more efficient than you, and you're going to be screwed. And that's exactly what happened, right? The ferry trust basically wound up being broken up anyways. Because as soon as Cornelius took his money, and by the way, what he does is he puts it into the Vanderbilt fleet, which is a great fleet of ships that nobody talks about today. They all talk about the Collins line and whatever. Vanderbilt was crushing Collins. Vanderbilt put Collins out of business. But what happens immediately after is other people come along and go, oh, all I got to do is have a more efficient ship. All I got to do is have better ships. All I got to do is charge less, and these guys will bribe me to go away. So they wind up just paying off one guy after another, bribing one guy after another to go away, and finally they just give up. Classic case of, yeah, sometimes when you don't have government regulations or controls, it benefits everyone. Because what happened, the net result was ferry passengers to those two locations wind up paying far less, right? The price of ferries, the price of mail service and everything just plummets. I wonder if you could get up there. So what is this puzzle?
Hung Nguyen, my underrated album is Autograph. That's the stuff.
Oh, yeah. I would say Loud and Clear is even more underrated than that one.
Generalissimo Liberty. A lot of old money for backwards mechanics. Why?
Here we go. Ooh. Is that dude praising me? Okay. These guys are... They appear to be worshipping me.
Easy. What are the chances of a Music Mythos episode on AOR? I've heard you reference it in some of your videos. Danger Danger, Glory, Meridian, Czar, Dakota, Vow Wow Icon, and Taiketo would all be amazing.
Yeah, there have definitely been bands that I've talked about. I mean, Heat, the current Swedish band that I've mentioned before, they are basically an AOR band. It is like maybe the most 80s genre in existence, like more so even than like synthwave. All right, here we go. And it's still kind of going strong in a weird way. It's a weird one. It is the the best way I can describe AOR is it is the ultimate driving your car in a desert music. Right? Like it's driving through a downtown cityscape. It's that.
Sky Shrimp.
But like there's some popular examples of what AOR are. Styx, Foreigner, REO Speedwagon are like AOR adjacent. Journey are AOR. But then there's bands like Fortune and like bands that are a little more obscure and they're just as catchy as all the bands I just named. Okay. Let's look around here. I wonder if passing into the other world would yield some...
Sky Shrimp, our mission is to punish any heretic who would deny the word of God. We will crush your unholy body and salt the earth with your dust. Amen. Father Alexander Anderson. He continues, yeah, I had to say the rest on YouTube. Biggest problem with Rumble is they have stupid-ass ads on active live streams.
Really? I didn't know that. I wonder if there's anything I can change about the settings. I'm not as familiar with Rumble, I confess, and how the streaming works on there as I am with YouTube.
MC Corleone. Sam Harris says that Trump causing people to think about politics too much is abnormal or wrong.
There's an ironic statement. Because before Trump was even a politician, what was Anita Sarkeesian say? I mean, who's a bigger firebrand of the woke-divist movement than Anita Sarkeesian? Everything is sexist, everything is racist, everything is misogynist, and you have to call it all out. You think maybe that had a part to play in making everything political? Everything was already getting political prior to Trump. Trump exploited that. Trump came along and took a disaffected, increasingly upset energy in the room and said, yeah, I hate these guys too, and they hate me. Let me be your avenger. And he reaped the rewards. Ooh, I see. That's a climbable waterfall.
Hung Nguyen. Synthwave is EDM with 80s synth tone, not 80s music.
Yeah. Well, I mean, synthwave is also... It would be called... in the 80s, it would have been called electro, right? That's basically what it is. It's just like a caricature of it. Hey, I like that. is there any... I wonder if there's an area I can get to over here. This seems awfully conveniently placed.
Doesn't it?
Let's get over here.
Sky Shrimp again. How influential were the Beach Boys to American rock? I know they had a rivalry with the Bugs, aka the Beatles. But did they have a big impact?
Huge! Man, dude... To this day, you listen to oldies stations and it's like 90% Beach Boys. Like, they were huge. They were gargantuan. I couldn't quite make it over there. I wonder if I could from over here.
Generalissimo Liberty, who are we going to run after Trump?
That is the question, isn't it? That's why I'm hoping J.D. Vance finds something. Because here's the thing. I know a lot of people are like, oh, well, if we run J.D. Vance, he'll win if Trump's second administration is good. Not so fast. You know, it doesn't necessarily work that way. The vice president doesn't always get in, and the main reason why is vice president is, by design, an impotent position. The founding fathers were really, really nervous about the idea of vice president. They didn't like it. So they basically neutered its powers on purpose. Vice president doesn't do much because the vice president isn't supposed to do much. Oh, there's something over here. Hi there. What are you? Ooh, open says me.
Space monkey. I'll be forever mad that Disney took the K-Wing bomber and E-Wing fighter from me. EU ships are awesome.
Aren't they?
BJ Chester.
And by the way, if you haven't watched it, you should watch Captain Simeon and the Space Monkeys. It's a good show.
Thank you for the 5.
Ooh, I wonder if I have to jump up high to make it.
Did you answer this one already? Normal man, who was the best 19th century president?
19th century president. What's this? Oh my goodness. Water glyph?
With
Is this it?
Artifact, your glyph energy capacity is increased.
Boom! Best 19th century president. That's it. Yeah, that's kind of a tough one. I like Grover Cleveland. I like Polk. My boy Polk.
No, not yet, Bunny.
Do it.
Oof.
Someone asks.
Jefferson started off, I mean, look, they called his election a revolution. Like, that's what a serious change. It's pretty hard not to say Thomas Jefferson. Because, okay, guys, he banned all inland taxes. If he does nothing else, his entire presidency, he banned anyone from levying a tax inland of the United States. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. Sorry. It's pretty tough to one-up that one. Ma'am? Oh, an Australian actress.
Best way killer. Razor. The vice presidency is an impotent position by design. John Adams. Harumps in status disappointment.
Right? John Adams is such scum.
Intrinsic Dark tried to make alternative lifestyles the default, then they gaslight you when you call it out. Is their most common tactic.
Yes, it is. Well, it's the old, there is a name for this, and we all recognize it when it happens. I call it like, built-in trivialization. Like, it's insincere trivialization is what it is. It's where they make a huge deal out of something not being a certain way. This has to change. This has to change. This has to change. This has to change. Finally, somebody says, all right, shut up. We'll change it. Then the old fans of the thing complain, and they go, oh, why are you complaining? This doesn't even matter. It's just a game. It's just a movie. It's just a comic. It's just a this. It's just a that. It's an insincere tactic, and they know it's insincere as they're doing it, but it's worked for them hundreds of times. So they're going to keep doing it. This is new. Wow, that I would have figured this puzzle area would have been over by now. What's down here? Am I going to run into the alligator from the sewers in Resident Evil 2? What is this? This is different. Aww.
Oh. Agamemnon Fireman was Grover the last good Democrat president.
Last good Democrat president. No, I mean Woodrow Wilson, guys. Come on. I mean, whatever you want to say about Bill Clinton, he did balance the budget. I do. You cannot take that away from him. Now, mind you, he basically did it at gunpoint because, like, that was essentially a Newt Gingrich policy, but still. You can't take that away from him. We actually had a balanced budget at one point in the last 25 years. That's a thing. Okay, I assume you have to flip this up there. Probably.
Joe, if Greenies cared and had spines, they'd promo motorcycles. Why did Yamaha ditch the Virago?
Virago? I don't know. There's a lot of weird business decisions in the motorcycle space. I'm gonna go ahead and... Yeah, we'll do that. Can I? Yeah, I'll be able to. Maybe not.
Methan, what do you think the world would be like if the culture would have stayed in the 80s instead of the 90s?
I mean, it kind of did for the first half or so of the 1990s. The 80s were so awesome, they didn't even end until, like, 94. Yeah, it's hard to say. There was some cool stuff happening technologically. Did you guys see the Sam Hyde video? And he was showing that footage of the cool, like, early 80s drone. I feel like technology was more rudimentary in the 80s, but more ambitious than in the 90s. It feels like technology after the 1990s was more like incremental upgrades of one thing after another. Like, you look at the iPhone, and it's kind of just an incremental upgrade of the flip phone. And what came after that with the progression of smartphones is just kind of a natural progression from one thing or another. Whereas in the 80s, it was like one day we just decided we're going to have a massive laser defense grid from outer space against enemy missile system. You know what I mean? Like, there was just way more ambition involved technologically. I feel like we'd be making greater quantum leaps technologically, if nothing else. Wow! All that for a piece of pie? A shift.
F says, good morning and Godspeed from the Islamic State of Europe.
Hey, how's it going?
Love the new video. Ever heard of Gaur Haba? It's an Indian Hindu festival where they indulge themselves in cow dung. Lovely culture.
Good times. Isn't that the one where they, like, literally throw feces at each other and stuff?
I mean,
who doesn't?
Right.
Who doesn't?
Best way kill a razor. Oh no, I already read that.
Whoop.
Lampshade, my dad's a huge surf rock fan.
Uh-huh.
So heard a lot of Beach Boys growing up.
Yeah,
Wasn't
same here.
until later in life that Pet Sounds became one of my favorite albums.
Man, hipsters love Pet Sounds. They love... I'm not calling you a hipster, by the way. I know normal rock fans like Pet Sounds, too, but boy, hipsters love Beach Boys. Pet Sounds. But no, it's crazy. The Beach Boys are one of those bands where you just listen to an oldies station and suddenly you could, like, you know the lyrics to, like, half their discography. Okay, so I think we solved all the puzzles we need to in this particular area, so now let's go on to the next boss, I suppose.
Takedown, he can't take it from you unless you kill your wife? What the fuck are you talking about?
It's a Norm Macdonald joke.
Oh.
The Heisman Trophy.
Oh.
Remember? You've won a Heisman Trophy, and they can never take that from you. Unless, of course, you kill your wife and a waiter. Then all bets are off, pretty much.
MC Corleone, my family defended Social Security from my criticisms. I say it should be made voluntary. They say it's great that we solved elderly poverty. Thoughts?
We didn't, number one, because we still hear about elderly poverty all the time. Jeez, there's still more secrets. Curiouser and curiouser. Oh, this must be an area that you... Okay, well. I'm gonna phase through here. I mean, older people are generally going to be in favor of stealing money from the young, because that's what Social Security is. It's not a retirement fund. It never was. They presented it originally, the FDR administration presented it to the Supreme Court as, hey, we're going to tax people now to pay for old people now. And the Supreme Court said, hey, that's robbery. You can't do that. And so FDR's lawyers tried to run it up. They tried to rework it and run it up the flagpole a number of more times. Okay, what if it's this? What if it's that? Finally, one of FDR's lawyers got the bright idea. Hey, wait a minute. What if we keep it exactly the same? We still tax young people now to pay for old people now, but we call it insurance. We say that people are paying into it instead of being robbed right now. And the Supreme Court, which were almost as authoritarian as FDR at the time. What was that, the Warren Court, I think? They decided that was copacetic. So we haven't solved elderly poverty. Interesting. The sky is dark. We haven't solved elderly poverty because if young people run out of money or the economy goes bad or whatever, the government goes into debt. Keep in mind, they have to print money to keep the program going because you keep robbing Peter to pay Paul. Then slowly over time, you're depreciating the value of the money, which means old people are getting less money, which means they're less taken care of, which means they're going to be more reliant on their on their chillins. They're going to be more reliant on their progeny. And you're back to square one with the exact same problem, which is why we're witnessing many of the problems with elderly poverty that we see today. I want your crossbow.
Hog Nguyen, there's a festival like that in Amber Heard's bed.
Ah! I think it was Johnny Depp's bed, actually.
The Southern Gentleman, would you ever stream Bloodborne again?
Maybe, but Taryn would play.
And honestly, I mean, the trouble to hook up the PS4 and everything, it's just best to wait for the remaster. If there ever is gonna be one. Some very hard-working gentlemen are working on a PC port. Surprise, surprise, it's not Sony.
Yeah,
or FromSoft. No, it's the fans doing it. 10 years now.
Yep.
It's been a fucking decade. I can't this. I'm playing Freelancer right now. Servers are still online. I hate Star Citizen because of what they took from us. Just remaster it, please, Microsoft.
Right? Just give us that remaster. Give us Freelancer, give us Starlancer. Give us Freelancer with flight stick controls. Ugh! This is where I came up. Where? It wasn't down here, right? So this game has day and night cycles? I don't remember that. And I don't remember much from this game, I'm noticing. Okay, whatever. We'll just go back the way we came.
Lampshade, thoughts on Dick Dale's stuff if you've heard of it?
I haven't.
Nope, it's alright. iCast 9. Remakes can give devs the chance to make what they had envisioned in the first place.
Yeah, absolutely.
Or let fans make games that match their nostalgia. That's cool. Mr. Reese just says, Happy New Year's, everyone.
Happy New Year's.
Read that.
All right, now we move on to the next boss, I think. Well, what have we here? Apart from Raziel's buttocks. SeaWorld jump. Beautiful. All right, we're back where we were before that puzzle. That was worthwhile, though. Definitely worthwhile. We got a piece of pie, and we got a water glyph. So let's explore around, shall we? That's the most fun part of this game, honestly.
The levels are huge.
They are, dude. The level design in this game is magnificent, it must be said, because it's kind of similar to Zelda in the sense that you have the two different worlds, right? So you kind of design the world in two different ways, and then the way they interlock them is brilliant at times. Which is, again, if you want kind of a similar game that kind of handles that mechanic the same way, definitely recommend Venetica.
Ah, Vincenzo, I found your chat.
Oh.
H-1Bs. That's what Bryant called immigrants. In history books, he was the kind of cop that used to call black men ninjas.
That's one of my favorite lines from the freaking theatrical cut. It's a good line, man. It'll get you canceled today, but man, it's a great line. Ooh, sundial. Well, that helps at night. Thank you! I don't think I can move this.
Agamemnon, Fireman. Did you guys read the new Black Sad Parts 1 and 2 yet?
Yes! I haven't read the whole thing, though. I've got it. I've got it. I've actually got, like, 3 big books that I need to... Actually, let me grab it real quick. Hold on a sec. I have some cool books.
Mercenary X, Jimmy was on ice like RPG. Only now letting us know. Read that. Ba-ba-da-ba-ba. Oh, that's a question. I'll come back to that in a second. Hope you all are having fun. Hope you're all enjoying the game. Thank you for joining us tonight. First stream of the year. Let's see. So, read that one. Nope. Not many. Oh, did you find it?
Not Black Sad. Hold on a second. Yeah, I think Black Sad I put away. Okay. So let me see if I can show you guys. Where's my... Hello, everyone. So here's what I've been reading. I've been reading Volume 10 of the IDW Turtles, which is where Krang and Shredder team up, and there's this massive war and stuff. That's one thing I really like about the IDW Turtles for the first 100 issues is they made Krang into way more of a threat. Like, he's a straight-up intergalactic general he's like war criminal. And then Elric, the Necromancer. This just came out. I mean, this came out like 2 days ago. And Lonesome. You want a good Western? Right here. This is the new volume. Volume 4, The Sorcerer's Domain. If you like Gothic Western, if you like Ghost of the Badlands, for sure you would dig this. And then Noir Burlesque. Been digging that. Cool noir comic. Unbelievable black, white, and red artwork, which you may have noticed I tend to have an affection for. But just incredible. So those are, I got a backlog of comics, but the backlog is all good stuff. It's all good stuff. So yeah. Let's do some more Legacy of Caning, shall we? More soul reaving.
Tyler, are you still going to do a Silent Hill 2 remake review?
I'd like to, yes. Need to finish it, though. You know what's holding me up? You know, we obviously didn't get to do Nightmare Arcade. And so I was planning to continue that playthrough, and we didn't do that. So I didn't finish the game, so I don't want to review it, right? Because, you know, I don't work for IGN.
Well, I mean, we could just keep playing. I would want us to keep playing.
Yeah.
It doesn't necessarily have to be Nightmare Arcade. You guys would like that, wouldn't you? Want us to continue Silent Hill 2? Let's see. That.
Oh, come on.
Succubus with goblins.
Hung Nguyen, great spans for great span-ish only.
What?
Emperor Creatine.
Alright.
H1Bs could be here, he thought. I've never been in this neighborhood before. There could be H1Bs everywhere. I hate H1Bs. By the way, did you know that roughly 60% of India does not use toilets?
Really? Good time. Did you know that roughly 90% of India is a toilet? I mean, what?
Yeah, everybody in the chat's saying, in both chats, are saying continue Silent Hill. And one person is saying that they need fentanyl.
Oh, yes?
I'm not sure how that relates, but I mean,
thanks for checking in.
Yeah.
First son of the United States, yeah. All right, there we go.
Lance, what denomination are you, Razor? I'm struggling with some personal issues, and I'm hoping Faith can help, but I need a starting point, and I'm going to hit the bathroom.
Yeah, I mean, I currently attend Lutheran services. confessional Lutheran services. A lot of people hear about Lutherans, and it's like the stories that get all the press are like an organization called the ELCA, Evangelical Lutheran Churches of America, and they're not even Christian, let alone Lutheran. They're one of those woke denomination things, you know, whatever. And they claim to be the biggest, but I don't really see that. You know, I drive I go all around Phoenix and only ever see confessional Lutheran churches. You know, Missouri Synod or independent Lutheran churches in fellowship or what, you know, one of those. Missouri Synod is almost as large as the ELCA, if nothing else. But anyways, so the best way to describe Lutheranism is like, it's kind of like Catholicism, really, without the Pope. That's basically it. It's very liturgical. It literally uses the same liturgy as the Catholic Church. Right down to the Apostles' Creed includes the words, the Holy Catholic Church, in it. Like, Martin Luther did not consider Lutherans to be separated from the Catholic Church. He considered the Catholic Church to have separated itself from the laity. So, yeah, that's what I attend. I was raised in a non-denomination, and I would say theologically I'm still more in accord with that, but I definitely am enjoying Lutheran services, and theologically I don't find myself at variance on too many issues. There's some things here and there I have quibbles about, but the most important thing is that you start doing your devotions and reading your Bible and having some fellowship with fellow believers. Like, this is really important to do. The Bible calls us to do this. There's nothing wrong with when you first come to your belief behind closed doors reading your Bible, behind closed doors praying, behind closed doors having an active spiritual life. At a certain point, though, you read the epistles of Paul, and even in 1st and 2nd Peter, they're constantly making these calls for having fellowship with fellow believers. You've got to. It's a command. It's an ordinance of the church. So by all means, start reading your Bible in private, whatever, but don't stay there. I wonder if this is at all different. You know, that was really stupid of me. I should have waited.
All different, all new Avengers. I hate shit like that.
Don't you, though?
It's like basically them begging you to read their comics.
Yep. Hey, we're not going to increase the quality of anything, but here's a new #1, so we'll actually sell some comics. That said, all new, all different Daredevil was really good. But Daredevil is always the exception, right?
This city once teemed with the life of my kind.
Ooh.
Could it be that other clans had suffered the same fate as mine? In his madness, could Cain spare none of his brood?
It was not Cain, but Duma's own arrogance that brought the downfall of his clan. These are human weapons, Razør. Believing themselves invincible, Duma and his offspring failed to see an attack coming from the least likely assailants. Complacent in their arrogance, they were taken by surprise, allowing the human vampire hunters to decimate their ranks with little resistance. The few that escaped have been reduced to scavengers.
It's such a good story. All right.
Agamemnon Fireman. I need to read that noir burlesque book. Thank you for reminding me that it came out in English. The art looks great, and that redhead is really hot.
Well, I think I know what I have to do here.
Tucker O'Donnell, weird question.
What's
if
up?
you somehow got the rights to the Punisher and wrote a storyline for funsies, as it were, would you want to take it, and what would be your inspiration?
Whoa. You alright? Get back here. Down the hatch. Punisher. God. I would get so canceled. This is the problem. All the best Punisher stories would get you canceled. Marvel would never let you, right? The trick to a good Punisher story, for my money, I should have talked about this with Mike Barron, because that would have been a good question. I'd like to have him back on the Iron Age Attacks stream. I'd like to have another Iron Age Attacks stream, because he's got some new books coming out, like a Sherlock Holmes thing that looks really cool, and all kinds of stuff. But anyway, the secret to a good Punisher story, for my money, is look at an injustice in the world that the conventional institutions are completely powerless to address. And in contemporary society, we have no shortage of those. And then drop the Punisher into the middle of it with a machine gun and have him solve the problem. Always at great personal cost. Always at great personal cost. Congratulations, you just cracked the code of how the Punisher works. It's that easy. So my Punisher story would be like, shoot, send Frank Castle down to the southern border to deal with illegal alien cartels abducting family members and human trafficking, and the 10,000, please, I'm lowballing it, the 30,000 or so communist Chinese agents who are passing through the Mexican border into America on some vague errand related to the trafficking of fentanyl, right? If you can't write that story, you have no business writing comics. Let me see if there's anything in there that I need, actually. Woohoo! Yeah! So, now that I look at it, is Raziel wearing spats? Are those spats?
I can't tell.
They're spats, aren't they?
Not from here, anyway. Screwball sector. I applied to be a chef for the Obamas, but got rejected when they found out I could swim. I was a lifeguard, a rescue diver, a Navy SEAL, and Tom Cruise.
Huh. Thunder. This is curious.
Vincenzo. Fiery the H-1Bs fell. Deep thunder rode around their applications. Burning with the fires of woke.
Yes!
You come not here, illegal.
I love that movie, that Roy Batty quotes the Silmarillion in Blade Runner. Like, what?
Matthew Harter. Razor, can you do an impression of Miracle Max from Princess Bride, chewing out Elon Musk and Vivek?
No. Alright. Is that Billy Crystal's character?
I think? You're not talking about Grand Nagus' character, are you?
No. That's, I'm blanking on his name, but it's not...
That's why I called him Grand Nagus.
Yeah. Fezzik is Andre the Giant. I'm trying to think of what the... They all have, like, weird, vaguely Italian-y names.
Apparently, yes, that is Billy Crystal's character.
Oh, okay.
Read that.
So there's a whole area up there. We must move quickly to
Dawnbreaker,
disrupt all communications down there.
Orion Slaver. Imagine believing Nazism is right wing.
It's just the right wing of the left, the fundamentally left wing ideology of socialism. That's all it is. It appeals to the powerless in the same way that communism does, just for different reasons. Which is why you get these impassioned, "Bah, we're done with XYZ. We're done with the utopian ideal of..." You always get accused of being like an ANCAP or something when you oppose this. Like our only two choices are flag-waving Nazism or an ANCAP Mad Max dystopia. That there, son, is what we call a false binary. Ooh, what's the pillar here?
Pedro, thank you for the 2. Multi-Sam, Razor, can you say remember 9/11, Mr. Frodo? As Samwise kept.
Remember 9/11, Mr. Frodo. That's so ridiculous. The sun will shine out the clearer, and we'll erect the Twin Towers again, Mr. Frodo. We'll hunt down Osama bin Laden, but then quickly bury him at sea before rolling video cameras can capture the event.
Boss Tigger. That makes you laugh every time.
Because it's funny every single time.
Was not aware T-Boogie was such a good cook. Was watching your Hunt Showdown stream and saw him turn Post Malone into Roast Malone.
It's true!
Which, by the way, we have another Hunt Showdown video we should upload.
Yes, we do. We do.
To the VOD channel.
The RazörFist Arcade VOD channel, by the way, is gonna just have gameplay streams that we do independently.
We've got to try to make that
videos and stuff, yeah.
Make those uploads regular. Grab that.
Woo! All right, now where is that portal? I need a portal. Need a portal! Quick, find me an overrated Valve puzzle game.
We're caught up on Super Chats. Let me mosey on over here to the Streamlabs.
Let's get over... I believe...
Kamikaze Kid. Only Pan's Rex labor theory of value. Just compare a plumber making $40 an hour to a girl flicking it for $1,000 an hour. Which was more labor, and which provided more value, and which paid the most.
Right.
Sky Shrimp, I listen to a lot of music.
You mean a paper football, right?
Yeah. I listen to a lot of music and know some history of some mainstream bands, but not much Stevie Ray Vaughan. Stevie Ray Vaughan deserves the title of best guitarist of all time.
Blues guitarist, maybe. I don't know. He's really good at that. There's some good Stevie Ray Vaughan stuff. Alright, let's...
Emperor Creatine, Captain of Minas Tirith Fountain Guard, to begin recruiting top talent from Umbar, Harad. Daily Gondor headline by Gibbs Me Gold Grab. What the fuck? Don't you dare be racist and assume that's a dwarf.
Right. The H-1B hobbits are gonna ride in on Oliphants. Alright, let's see.
Mercenary X, thank you for all the donos. I will read yours in a block. Let me get to some of the others here first, because they're honestly just in the way.
Oh my god.
Dusty Rhodes Forehead.
Oh god.
Have you ever heard JBL's isolated commentary on the first ECW One Night Stand DVD? said Mike Awesome has the glide path of a sofa and called Tanaka my doorman.
Was that during the hanging or not? Sorry, that was wrong. Anyone who knows what happened to Mike Awesome, you know how tasteless that was.
Trenchcoat
That's
sword.
pretty great. JBL has some great burns. He's a good wit, actually, which is why he was so good as a heel. Like, JBL as a heel in, like, 2005, 2004 was, dude, he was awesome. He was way more watchable than, like, Triple H. I do not know.
Trenchcoat sword. Roy Batty didn't quote Tolkien. That was Blake.
Was it?
Is that William Blake?
No, I think it was actually the Silmarillion. I think I vaguely remember being on a fan site, a Blade Runner fan site in the early 2000s, that Blade Zone, that has the actual quote from the Silmarillion that's taken from. Maybe Blake quoted it. I don't know. I'm not sure. Maybe or someone else quoted it. I don't know. But I thought it was the Silmarillion. I could just be misremembering. That is certainly possible.
Storm and Norman. Who's funnier than Sarah Silverman? Besides dudes.
Yeah, you know, besides dudes.
S Serpent 21.
Hey, everyone, there's a woman and she's middling attractive and her jokes aren't funny, but boy, look at her. Norm had such a bugaboo about, like, Eliza Schlesinger and people like that. He hated them. Which, fair enough, Eliza Schlesinger was not funny and still isn't.
Did you ever have a favorite Michael Savage nickname that he had for celebs? Like he would call Bill O'Reilly a leprechaun.
He used to call him the leprechaun. He used to call Sean Hannity the wall banger.
Or Colin Kaepernick the knee job.
Yeah. Hey, Groypers, he was the one who started calling Al Gore a Shabos Goy. Freaking... Again, you people stole all your vocabulary from a Russian Jew. Jesus. He used to call Tipper Gore something, and I can't remember what it was. I stole the baggy-eyed Bolshevik thing. I stole that from him. He used to call... Was it Jim Lehrer? Who's dead now. Like, that's not even a topical reference. But, I think it was Jim Lehrer. How in the world? I need to get up there. Okay, maybe up here. He calls Mark Levin something too, and I can't remember. You guys should go watch, like, compilations. There are video compilations on YouTube of Michael Savage going back and forth with Mark Levin, that little rat. Mark Levin's like the great value version of Michael Savage.
Rob Reiner's Cheese Pizza. So why haven't there been a mass exodus of celebs yet? You'd think a lot of real estate in Malibu or Brentwood clearing out by now.
Right? You'd think. I mean, Ellen DeGeneres left and you saw how that ended.
Hardcore Bunny. I am currently working on a prompt for Iron Age Media. It's a story about Kurt Waves. He is a mix of Captain Nemo and Indiana Jones as he faces off against China.
Nice. Alright, well, whatever. Yeah, I don't know. I thought maybe there would be a way to get up here, but there is not. That does not appear to be a way to get up there. There is that, but I can't reach that.
I must say I'm disappointed in your progress. Why do I imagine Tony J's voice saying that? Remdog. Razor, do you know who wrote War Pigs by Black Sabbath? My limited research indicates Geezer Butler, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, Geezer Butler wrote pretty much all the lyrics for Black Sabbath. And it's worth mentioning that the original version was not called War Pigs, it was Walpurgis. It was like a cautionary tale about a satanic about one of the members of Black Sabbath witnessing a satanic ritual. That's one of the interesting things about Black Sabbath is people see them as like this dark metal band or something, but when you actually dissect their lyrics, they're like Christian. Geezer Butler attended a Catholic school growing up, and like all that found its way into his lyrics. If you read the lyrics to After Forever, like that's probably the biggest example of what I'm talking about here. But like even the title track, Black Sabbath, what is this that stands before me, right? It's like told from a horror perspective. Interesting fact about that. Really, I think the only like kind of atheistic one in the band was Ozzy. And I don't think he is anymore, actually. Like Tony Iommi, Catholic. Geezer Butler, Catholic. Whoa. I don't know about Bill Ward. Hey! Get back here! Alright, fine.
Let's read some mercenary
I am stuck. This is a patented late 90s adventure game stuck moment.
Mercenary X.
There's got to be some way to open that gate there. It's pretty retarded, though. I should be able to phase through that. I mean, look, I can see through it. How stupid is that?
Just saw Salty Crackers video on the Subject Vegas truck guy.
Yeah.
Committed suicide prior to the bomb.
Yeah.
Looking in on it, it was 2 shots to the back of the head. Do you actually know that?
Oh, come on.
Like,
I wouldn't be surprised, but with some of the sus stuff that we've seen already, just in the last year. But no, it sounds like the guy's wife left him like 6 days before that. He was a big Ukraine simp. He really fit the same mold as the last Trump shooter. The guy who got arrested and then just vanished off the face of the earth. The truth is, it's now a genre, guys. The leftist shooter guy who has like vaguely Republican connections, and so they have enough plausible deniability to basically allow the left to say, oh, it was a Republican, it was a Trump supporter who tried to kill him. That whole thing is like an entire genre at this point.
Boss Tigger. It's okay, T-Boogie. You can emphasize the R in my name. You got the T-word pass. Anyone that objects can kiss my double derriere.
That is our word! There's got to be a way. Maybe if I transition back to the real world and then push the block from here?
Continuing.
Let's look.
Someone turned the Cybertruck into a drone strike. Not to mention the military ID was found in the burning cabin in pristine condition.
There we go.
And a gun at the bottom of the feet.
How ridiculous is this, dude? All these multiple paths, and there's this appallingly specific thing I have to do.
This is more than just a message. This was a false flag by the FBI.
Did it move?
New Orleans guy confessing to wanting to kill his family. Did he actually do that? Was that like...
I mean, dude, look at the guy in Texas who committed an honor killing on his entire family, and a network of frickin' Muslims just smuggled him out of the state. And Texas, based Texas, just sat on their hands and, It would be bigoted for us to do anything to him. Sorry, guys. Guess he gets away with quadruple homicide. Ugh! Are you kidding me? Okay, maybe... Aha.
Not to mention the Airbnb for both of them have been burnt down. I didn't hear that. Did that actually happen?
I don't know about that. This is the thing, you get a lot of, like, rumors like this.
Yeah, yeah.
Like this happens.
Gotta learn how to filter your news, man. Not doing the slightest, but my delivery job, I get in contact with security people, and they're telling me things. Sure they're not fucking with you. The world's gonna get more beautiful soon. We're gonna get, we just have to get past this last bit. Yeah, inauguration is very, very soon. Are you streaming that day?
Inauguration?
Yeah.
No, I'll be holding a memorial for the darkest day in American history. January 6th.
Yeah.
Because January 6th was a national tragedy.
It was.
I'm gonna quit and load again, because I think I screwed up.
Quit or retry.
Centuries past, your brother
anyways, I'm going...
into Nosgoth's northern wilderness.
I'm going 45 on Wednesday alongside David Bowie and Elvis Presley. I think he means he's turning. The only thing I want for my birthday present, the good guys to finally come out into the open, and bad ones gone. Don't forget the IEDs in New Orleans and the people who helped. Yeah, there's no new information on that
Don't
yet.
forget the guy who almost killed the President of the United States, who has just vanished into the ether. The guy who had multiple cell phones that were untraceable, and... you know, cell phone tower data shows that he was within the vicinity of the Washington, D.C. FBI Bureau shortly before that. Like, what? That's not this. This? Yeah, let's go. Let's try it.
The truth will be revealed April 1st. The New Year's not January 1st.
Ah, this is the right area. Cool.
Let me refresh this.
All right. Ugh. Do 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 do.
Was that Spider-Man?
It was.
Radioactive spider blood. Mercenary X, and if you wonder why I'm seeming to be so manic right now, well, we always wonder that. To understand something, I can feel the tension everywhere around me, and I'm not allowed to unplug. Praying to God. Game and Newfie, thank you for the 20. I finished Blood West, Dead Man's Promise, a while back, and I thoroughly enjoyed it. The magic was fun, and the characters were likable. Happy New Year and Godspeed.
Sweet.
Jonathan, happy 2025, guys. Love the Mauser vid on X-Razor.
Ah.
I'm taking a 3-hour...
I was thinking about uploading that to the channel. Would that be anything you guys would be interested in? It's just a little short.
Yeah, why not? I mean, where shorts are concerned, there's no reason not to do it. I'm taking a 3-hour firearms training class next week. Can I get a Godspeed and any advice on what to expect for a first-timer?
Any idea on what to expect? I mean, it's all pretty standard stuff, you know. You get the standard rules. Don't aim at anything you don't intend to destroy, you know, aim safely downrange, all that stuff. Treat every gun as if it's loaded, all those, you know. And it's all good advice. It's all that way for a reason. Oh, dear. Oh. And I can't grab that. Ugh. I can almost reach that. Jeez.
Let's see. Matthew Hammond. Can you mark streams as unlisted so those that are behind can continue to be watched while you're uploading to the VOD channel?
What are you talking about?
Can you unlist the...
sometimes I don't have a choice. Sometimes they just automatically get like copyright claimed or something. Right. So it's not always something that we have a say in. About this. Yeah, this is like stuck. Well, it was an idea. It was an idea that did not work. And this area seems like somewhere I'm supposed to get to, but good luck figuring out how to make that happen.
I don't understand. How did you know to climb that surface? I didn't see any yellow paint, and yet you managed to climb it. Amazing.
Incredible. There was no chutes and ladders puzzle. There was no... Tony J didn't sometimes go, and by the way, you should check down the hallway. Maybe I can't quite reach that.
You can't move it in the spectral realm.
I tried shooting it in the corporeal realm and it didn't work.
Lagarticus. Sadly, Gallego was sworn in today with a touching scene of Kamala comforting his son as he cried because she lost. They're really gonna try to brand him as a centrist hero, aren't they?
Uh-huh. Well, I mean, there's people who were retarded enough to buy it the first time. Not many of them. He didn't win by much. Just, you know, more people than Trump. That's in a state that Trump won. That's all. Nothing suspicious about that. I don't know why anyone would suggest it.
David NS84, just watched your H1B rant. Maybe I'm too optimistic, but I think this'll blow over and Trump will get the message. I think Styx is right, and he's just doing A/B testing on the issue.
Yeah, I think Styx is probably near the mark. Trump has done this on a number of issues. That's why Styx is saying it. Because he's seen this movie before, so have I. He's done it on a number of issues. There we go.
Ken Rose, thank you for the thumbs up.
Hey!
And the $5.
Okay, I think I got it. Stay on target. Again, we got a hallway here. We got a hallway there. We got a hallway there. We got multiple gates I can phase through. And the developers are like, no, you will push this one block against this one ledge, or you will not progress in the game. Oh, almost got it. Let me try that again. I might actually need to move it one more time.
Lieutenant Dude, thanks for recommending Nosferatu. Somehow I hadn't even heard that it was being made before you mentioned it, and turns out it's one of the best horror movies I've ever seen.
Nice.
Game and Newfie. American/Canadian media. But my labor shortages. We must import the third world. Me. Did you hire back the anti-vaxxers yet?
Yeah.
Media,
Well, you see what happened was...
Rest my case.
Right. Maybe it's there that I need to get to. Yeah, because it doesn't look like this is quite gonna work.
HT Arcade.
I need to get up there so I can knock that block down.
Did Carrie Lake prevent AZ from turning red?
AZ did turn red. AZ
Every state in the entire country went a little bit red.
Arizona was the reddest swing state in the entire election. Trump almost won by 7 points.
Ichi, thank you for the 10. Doesn't say anything, but it is still appreciated.
You're my favorite blind samurai.
Matthew Hammond, did the British change English after being upset that Noah Webster perfected it in America?
Whoa! It is curious how... In many ways, the American accent is a little closer to what the British sounded like before that colonial period. Alright. Apparently. At least in terms of, like, how we say our R's and things like that. Oh, no. Oh, no. Well, at least now I can move this around wherever I want. Let me push it over there.
Filipino white boy. How did the 7 dwarves refer to Snow White after they found out the harlot they let live in their house was of noble blood? Hi ho.
Humbug, I tell you. Humbug.
Humbug! No, I didn't mean to do that. Let's try that again.
Phelan Star. Sean Ryan and his family went into hiding today when the interview about Vegas went live. Hard to summarize outside of that he's very possibly still alive. Drones equals anti-grav Chi-Com tech. And rattling on Mike Miley war crimes in 2019. What?
Come up for air, brother.
E.G., I messed that last one up. I mean, people usually do. Meant to ask, how did you fix the lighting problem on this remaster? I'm at the spider place and I can't see a thing. Is there a tech issue? I don't think we've run into any.
Yeah,
except, you know, the occasional crash.
Yeah, I haven't seen any except for that weird crash when you try and backstab somebody.
Crossfire. Evening, Mr. Fist. I jumped back into Marauders this week and loved the update. Question. Is there a RazörForce guild in the game?
Funny you should ask. Yes.
Need some more teammates for better fun.
Yeah, actually there is. Taryn and I started a RazörForce guild in Marauders. And you guys should be playing Marauders. It's a cool game. It's a Hunt Showdown in space. World War I. It's freaking weird. But a cool game. Hard, though.
Super duper. Do you have any recommendations for good mystery novels or pulp from the late 1800s to early 1940s?
I was just reading one. People love to quote G.K. Chesterton because he was a quote machine, but people forget he was a mystery author. And he wrote a book, actually it's referenced a bunch of times in Deus Ex, and with good reason, called The Man Who Was Thursday. I was reading that recently. It's not a long book. It's good, though. What's this?
Crossfire again. Also gave Incursion Red River for a few hours. Still early days for that one, but it has much potential. Hope you give it a shot and stream it. Godspeed and great spans.
I just created a great span in his sternum. Godspeed. Yeah, the one, of course, the big extraction game that we're all looking forward to right now is The Hunger.
Yeah.
That one looks a boss.
I hope they give it a good, strong, out of the gate feel to it. It's going to be early access.
Well, look, you know who's making it, right?
Who?
The guys who made Hell Let Loose.
Okay.
So this is not some fly-by-night company. These guys, they know how
Be afraid. Be very afraid.
They know how to make a, online multiplayer game work. Why am I feeling like this needs to be stacked here for some reason?
Sneed, Chuck. Man, I remember this game on the Dreamcast.
Oh yeah, it was on the Dreamcast, wasn't it?
Shadow Loaf, welcome back. Haven't seen you in a while. Good morning, Goyam. Thank you for getting me into Elric and Solomon Kane. They've both inspired me to take up writing ever since you recommended them way back.
Hey.
But I'm curious, are there any books Taryn would recommend? Obviously, Caliban Cove, the Resident Evil novel.
What?
It's so great and amazing, and I am totally kidding. Do not touch that. What are some good reads?
The New York Times.
No.
Playgirl magazine. No.
Give me a second to think about that. Composite Frylock.
Taryn's not a big reader, in case you can't tell from the super chats. So.
Yeah, no, I mean, obviously. I mean, I don't read out loud to myself. Composite Frylock, Friendly Neighborhood Spider-Man. What? It's just another Spider-Man show. Oh my goodness.
What?
I don't know. TM N-Word Turtle. Ever played Blood Omen 2?
No. No, I have not. I think I see what I need to do here. How am I gonna do it, though? Pull this out from under. Okay. I wonder if I can
Sparrow.
Yeah, I totally can. Okay. Totally. Okay, that's what I'm gonna do. Let's see. Let's see if this works.
Sparrowhawk. Trump defended the coof jabs and people voiced their disapproval, even booing him at his own rally. He soon stopped shilling it. Same could happen again with the H1B stance.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Stand by your criticisms. You don't have to turn into shrieking lefties or goofy gripers or anything. Just let him know. Just let him know. Okay. Now what? Okay, I can get one more up there. That better be enough. This is all I'm going to be able to get up there. Watch me unlock an ability where I can just throw these things around.
I had to look up the name of this book because I hadn't read it in a long time.
What's that?
I think it was called Singularity. Keep in mind, it was a really good book, but God, it was a long time ago. That's why it took me a while. I had to look it up. I also read The Giver way back in the day. Didn't care for it personally. Were there any more? Nope, no more bits, no more subs. We're coming to the end here. And thank God it's almost 1 a.m. Black Raptor.
Is it really?
Yeah. Got me 2 copies of the new Elric BD for me and my mother. Also got me a Galahad for Battletech. It's the mech that got me my first headshot in a game I played. Very cool.
Is there any way to get this out from under this?
Okay, good there. Valen Star. Yeah, this fucking thing. 1 second. I personally think drones are ours. However, would explain the UFO footage we've seen from fighter pilots. Manifesto said, we and China have said tech. Jeg Steino God. John is angrily beating Yoko one day. Absolutely brutal. She develops dark bruises all over her body with a swollen face. I got it, claimed John. What? Those lyrics or something? Composite Frylock, you ever heard of a show called My Name is Earl? I remember the fucking ads for that way back when.
Boy, they shilled that show hard.
Yeah, they did.
On that network. I do not know how to get... I screwed up and dropped one on top of the other, and now I can't undo my mistake. I wonder if I just have to reload. That would suck! Maybe I just need to raise the water level?
Mithrin, what did you think of Alien Dark Descent?
I haven't played it. Taryn?
I got it as a gift from someone. And I need to play it. Just got my backlog. Jesus. I will get to it. HT Arcade, good gameplay that has been ruined by bad implementation. What comes to mind?
Biggest example for me, like cool game mechanics and game ideas and whatever just not being executed very well, is the reboot of Alone in the Dark. Not the new one, but the last one, 2008
or something.
8, 9. Cool ideas in that game. Really cool ideas. Just wonk execution.
Yeah, it was wonky, but I enjoyed it.
I enjoyed it too.
It felt very much like a tech demo.
Very much.
Someone in the chat is reminding you can move the boxes by shooting them. I don't know if that helps.
Will that actually move them where I want them? Okay, I'll try it. I'll try it. Hopefully it'll move one out from under the other. Because pushing them doesn't work. If this works, by the way, this makes no physical sense.
Hung Nguyen.
Alright.
I searched Angry Joe's channel out of curiosity.
No! Okay.
And saw he's now doing a review of snacks.
Okay, what about this?
Not quite.
Wait! I can just hit the top one. Duh. Alright, sweet. So let's go ahead and grab this.
Not quite the low of Irate Gamer reviewing ketchup packages, though. Please tell me that's not real.
You wish. You wish.
Oh yeah, there's the new Alien game coming out shortly in VR only. That might be worth a stream. Do you think? Is that worth setting up the VR equipment?
I don't know. If it's any good.
Did I read all of these? Girl, yes.
I gotta create a situation where I can flip this up and then flip it over. So I kind of need another box. Really.
What are your thoughts on preferring the pre-Alien 3 retcons where the people like 1 and 2 in the comic books? I think that's the Dark Horse universe, isn't it? Where only 1 and 2 are canon in the comics.
I don't know. Only 1 is canon. I mean, 2 contradicts 1. How could only 1 and 2 be canon? The way the alien reproduces is contradictory. The name of the company is contradictory.
And
I am stuck. I'll have to cheat with the strategy guide before our next stream.
Yeah, actually, we are at the end here. We've only got
It's perfect
one more.
Dude, it's freaking...
Yeah.
1 a.m. Gang! I can't believe you hung with us this long, especially with me getting this stuck. But thank you.
Sky Shrimp.
And thank you for the backseat gaming. It actually has helped in a number of places. I'm sure the chat is screaming at me right now.
Sky Shrimp, we was computer techs and shit. Jack the Outcast, gonna go on another retro kick. Gonna play Ape Escape 2 for the PS2. Thoughts on the series?
Ape Escape.
I never played
Never played it. It's kind of like Pikmin. It's one of those franchises I just never got into.
Konami back in the day. I mean, I guess they did well enough to live off it for like 15 years.
Right? What do you think of this Metal Gear Solid 3?
The remake?
Remake.
I mean, I haven't seen it played or anything. I'm not planning on getting it. Right. Maybe if it goes on sale one day, but I'm not like, I have to have it, you know?
Right. Yeah, this kind of just creates the same issue I had before. This is the problem.
Well, if you've saved, we are actually done.
I am gonna have to figure this out later.
Come back to it when you're fresh.
Yep. All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you. It's cool to actually continue an ongoing playthrough like this. So if you'd like to see more of this, we'll do it. We'll probably give it a couple of weeks or so, and then we'll come back to Legacy of Kain Soul Reaver, and I can go back to being frustrated and stuck. Because that's what late 90s platformers were all about, folks. Go play an early Tomb Raider game if you don't believe me. But in the meantime, for Terrangel, I am RazörFist until we return to the great spans. Godspeed!